Hello everybody and welcome back to KSP POV, but this time in the space race. In case you missed my announcement, we are now pitting both KSP POV and the KXP series against each other to see who can complete the goal of planting a flag on every celestial body first. So KXP has the leg up as they started last Friday, and so we have a little bit of a catch up. We're going to have to copy some of their launches and see if we can do it with our own flair in the IVA mode. So let's go ahead and start a new game and get started. We're going to pick the Kerbal flag from our flag mod, which is minimalist Kerbal system flags for every body. We are going to turn off missing crews respawn, allow other launch sites. We are going to allow the Kerbals to level up immediately. Always allow action groups. And then we're going to go through these, and very few of them are we going to change. We want to change our contracts. I don't want to deal with asteroids. I do want to deal with bases. Collect science. I don't want to deal with comets. I do want to deal with exploration. I'm not too interested in the surveys. I would love to do rescue and recovery, but we're playing with TAC life support, so that makes this very difficult because the moment you come into range with the stranded Kerbal, the oxygen starts depleting, and typically by the time you get there, you are just rescuing a body. So with TAC life support, we are going to avoid that. Unfortunately, because those are fun kind of missions, but yep, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and put satellites on. We want that. Stations and tourism. So let's go with that. Let's turn our danger sound just down a little bit. We are using deep freeze, which is a cryogenic storage mod where you can take Kerbals for long distances without them needing the resources. So that'll be a way that we can kind of bypass long expeditions. We are going to go down here and hide the empty tech tree nodes, hide the unresearchable nodes. This, I know, this proves to be a more challenging approach to our science because we won't be able to see what is available until we have the ability to research it. So, unfortunately, I forgot to do this in the KXP version, so those people will be able to see the research ahead of. So we're going to deal with that kind of limitation, but nonetheless, we'll see who comes out on top. We are going to give a little bit of more rigidity to our joint reinforcement. We have KOS installed, but I'm not too familiar with using it, but maybe we'll utilize it in the future because I believe it integrates with a few of the IVA mods that we have. Crash. We're going to turn this cost down in the game even further, but we want to just adjust it here. Give our starting orbital altitude a little bit of room. I typically like to start my orbit at 100, so. And we're going to bring the orbiting altitude of planets without an atmosphere to about 29. Just below 30 is comfortable for most places. When we come down to TAC life support, we are going to turn everything down by roughly half, a little bit under, a little bit over. And this is just to kind of balance it out a little bit, I have played with TAC Life Support for a long time, and I want some challenge in this series, but I don't want it to the point where I'm prevented from my goal simply because we have too many life support requirements. Oops, this was already turned down. There we go. Okay. We're also going to add a little bit extra time before they die of food starvation, a little bit extra time without water, without oxygen. We're just going to give ourselves a little bit more of a buffer. The extremeness is going to come later as we explain some of the other mods that we have installed that will also add challenges to our gameplay. So a little bit of a leeway on one of the more challenging mods I feel comfortable with. And lastly, we're going to just turn off the deadlines for the tourism contract because oftentimes I've run into issues where if you combine a flight or take too long for it, you fail the mission even though you've completed it and brought the Kerbal home and everything. So just getting rid of that. Oh, and we're going to turn on crew killed and crew transferred for our vessel notes. We're going to try to keep a little bit better logs. So, all right, with all of that set, we are ready to start Season 5 of POV. Let's go ahead and get started. So we are playing with remote tech, and that means that we are going to have a more advanced communications network if we want to use probes. So that is going to be one of our major challenges and our major hurdles outside of the TAC Life Support. We're going to take throttle unaffected by loss of connection, and alarms added to Kerbal alarm clock. That's just extraneous stuff we don't need. That doesn't matter. We are going to have the original 4 in this playthrough. KSP gladly took new recruits and allowed us the familiar faces. But yeah, in case you had missed it from, I just got distracted by the beauty. In case you missed it from the announcement, we now are running both Parallax 2.0 and deferred lighting in addition to BlackRock's volumetric clouds and a few other beautification mods. We have a whole suite of them. A whole list of it will be in the description below. As always, mod with discretion and at your own risk, and please read all the instructions beforehand. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this started. We're gonna just skip the build process for now because we have a lot to do today, and we're gonna go ahead and get our probe on the launch pad to satisfy the first couple missions and get started. So here we are in mission control. It's got quite a high tech for what we need, but that's okay. We've got everything. Really? Is it not pointing the right? Oh. Where is this camera located? Alright, well, whoever attached that camera has a stern talking to coming to them. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. We don't have anything we need to do except action group number 1, and that is a temperature scan from the launch pad. So let's go ahead and keep that. We're going to switch over to our crash specialist. Oh, they don't have the walkie-talkie on this desk. Oh well. Then we will just recover the vessel good old-fashioned way. But anyways, that is our first launch done. Let's go ahead and now retrofit this and turn it into something that can go up. So, see you in a second. And here we are with launch number 2, which is actually a launch. As you see here, we have an SRB. It is red because we limited the amount of fuel and thrust it has. Our camera pointed down, so we should be able to see our ascent. Yeah, my action group should still be fine, but I'm going to keep this experiment. Actually, I'll keep this up. That'll tell me what biome I'm in. Okay, with everything set, let's go ahead. We don't have SAS control or throttle control, so let's go ahead and stage. Spacebar? Oh, okay. Well, I guess in the DE, switch doesn't work. Let's go ahead and do our science. I don't think we're going to be able to grab this again to recover this vessel, so let's go ahead and transmit it. Nice. We have a battery anywhere? Somewhere around there. See if we can run that experiment again. Nope. It didn't do it quickly enough. Not that we would have been able to grab it anyways. Alright, so let's go ahead and recover that or nothing to recover, but let's just go to bed. Go ahead and get back into the Space Center. There we go. Not a lot of science, but 16.2 is enough to get started. And we're going to grab aeronautics because we're going to definitely need to lean into some plane research in this round. And we are going to go into engineering because that gives us 2 more science experiments plus a better Communitron. And then lastly, I think we're also going to go into basic rocketry like they did in the other agency. So that is all of our science now. I think we are going to, let's see, we completed our missions. Yes, we did. We have some money to spend, so I'm going to upgrade the mission control so we can grab more contracts. But that's all I'm going to do for now, so let's go ahead and hop in. Let's do a reach for the stars. We want to get into a suborbital trajectory. Get, that's a probe in orbit. Orbit and return. Wow, not a lot of stuff. Where's my plane missions? Okay, escape the atmosphere. I'm gonna take this radial decoupler one because we don't have any radial decouplers, and that'll be pretty good. I'm gonna take this one as well, but I am gonna do that. The other one I'm gonna kind of hold on to for a little bit. We mainly took it for the advance. Here's our airplane one. Build and fly our first airplane. We're gonna definitely get that today. So for launch 3, we are going to attempt to pierce through the blanket of the sky and reach into space. There we go. As you see here, we use some of those contracted side decouplers, even though we haven't unlocked them yet, to attach 2 other SRBs. So hopefully this will give us enough thrust to get up high. We don't have any gimbaling, so unfortunately this will just basically be a sounding rocket that goes all the way up. But nonetheless, hopefully it'll do well. Let's go ahead. We'll have the resources up here. Let's do the ship log here because that'll let us know when we're in low space, high atmosphere, and so on and so forth. We've got 3 action groups worth of science and hopefully enough battery to last. Alright, so we know that this doesn't work, so let's just go ahead and spacebar and fly up. Nice, I like the readout. Always enjoy that. Looks like we're tilting a little bit over to the north, I believe. No, to the west. Beautiful to see the clouds. That's okay. It's such a light enough tilt, I don't think it's going to affect us too much. What's our resources for the stage? Oh, there it goes. Stage that, and we are continuing on our journey. Thrust to weight ratio of 3 and rising. We are now in the upper atmosphere, so let's go ahead and do our first set of science. There we go. We don't have parachutes, so we're gonna just have to transmit it, take the loss, but deal with having to launch again once we do have parachutes. Alright, we still have 30% of electric charge remaining. We should have put solar panels on this. We had enough room to put solar panels and part limits and whatnot. There we go. That is the end of that. What is our orbit? We've got an apoapsis of 513 kilometers. We're making ourselves well into space. So that contract is done. That contract is done. And that's all we had for those. Perfect. So that was a flight successful. We could, we don't have any explosives on here, so we could have terminated this early, but nonetheless, we are now in space. Yeah, we're now in space. Let's do action group 2. 8 science, well, 4 science because we're going to transmit. 6.4 transmit, not enough science. Well, shoot. Well, unfortunately, we didn't pack enough batteries on here to gather everything that we needed, but that's okay because we're going to gather that science, and instead of transmitting it, we're going to bring it home once we have access to parachutes. So we are going to just close this room off, let this rocket fall back to the planet, and we're gonna do better with the science that we have. Alright, so with this 50 science, I'm pretty sure we can do some pretty nice things with it. Oh yeah, this is empty tech tree. Whew, it's gonna be a challenge to know exactly what we want, but first thing we definitely want is survivability. We need parachutes if we want to bring our science back home. I think I'm also going to get this gadgets because it has 2 more experiments that we need, as well as another solar panel, so that's going to be good. That is an unfortunate spend. That took a lot of our science, over half, so we can't afford better engines just yet. But we can finally stop cheating this contract for the parts and just unlock them right now. However, there's nothing here that we actually desperately need right now, so we're not going to do that. We're going to save that science and do that later. But let's go launch another rocket and collect more science. But this time, I think we're going to change our launch pad. KSP didn't think to do this, but we've collected all the science off our launch pad capable, and so we can launch another one to gather the leftover science that we couldn't pick up from the upper atmosphere and space. And now that we have a parachute and a way of recovering it, we'll be able to get even more science than they did. So let's go work through the night and go get that done. Alright, 4th launch, back in command seat. Alright, let's go ahead and get our attitude up here, our cameras up there, and no, let's do our vessel view here again. That worked out pretty well. Turn it sideways so we can see. And down here we're actually going to put that attitude here. We're going to have our orbit display up there with our apoapsis and whatnot, and we will put our ship's log here so we can see which biome we are in. Once again, unfortunately, no SAS control, Let's go ahead and do Action Group 1 to collect this science from the launch pad, and we are going to actually keep it instead of transmitting it for the lesser amount of science because we have parachutes attached to this vehicle right there. So hopefully we'll be taking all of this science back home, and I'm very excited. Once again, that does not work, so let's go ahead and hit spacebar and launch ourselves. Once again, we are launching from the desert launch pad, desert launch site, because we at the KSP POV decided to take advantage of all the science we could possibly get, because that is the first person way. I unfortunately have no gimbal control, but it doesn't matter because it seems to be tipping over on its own anyways, which is nice. Our side SRBs are about to run out of fuel. Right there. We'll go ahead and sip. Ooh, don't know why that spun us so much, but nonetheless, it seemed to be a clean separation. Our thrust to weight ratio is still above 1, and we are heading. So we are flying over Kerbal's desert, but I don't think we're in the upper atmosphere yet. Yeah, we're only at 15 kilometers altitude, so we'll wait a little bit longer, but hopefully this will get itself up into space, and we can collect that science that we lost in the previous launch. Oh, we are not going to make it to space. Alright then. We are now in the upper atmosphere, so we can go ahead and do that science. 9, 5.4, 3.6, 7.2. Not bad. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. But that's okay. It's okay that we're not making it to space. I mean, we would have been able to get a lot more science in space than what we're gonna get now, but we haven't landed in any of the biomes anywhere around here, or in fact anywhere on Kerbal. You know, we've only gotten launch pads and atmosphere, so that's okay. So when we land, we'll do our third set of experiments, and this will be considered a successful flight. So let's go ahead and time warp our way down, back through the atmosphere, or back down to the surface, I should say. And hopefully we don't explode and lose all of our experiments. We're now pointed head down, as you see here. Looking up at the blackness of space. 20, 21, 18 kilometers above the surface. Back, you see some sunlight, 6 kilometers above the surface. At about 3, yeah, let's go ahead and stage our parachutes. There we go. Hopefully they slow us down before we hit the surface. Ooh, cutting it close. Oh, they are opening fully. Flipping ourselves around, and once again we see the ground below us. And see what's our vertical. We are descending only at -2 meters per second. Oh, this is perfect. We're going to be able to land without worrying about breaking anything. So let's time warp our way down to the surface, and I'll see you when we land. And here we are, approaching the surface. Let's just go ahead and kill time warp for the very last spot. Come in easy and gently, and touching down. Oh, and we're even touching down upright. Glorious. Couldn't ask for a better launch. Let's go ahead and do our science. I mean, I could have asked for a better launch. We could have gone to space, but nonetheless, everything went according to plan B, so to speak. So let's go ahead and recall this rocket, see what kind of science we got there, see what we can unlock, and then maybe hop into a cockpit, get a Kerbal out up in the air, and doing some science there. So I'll see you soon. Whoo, 53 science from that. Not bad at all. So let's go ahead and spend that right away. And you know what they say, science begets science. With the addition of a magnetometer boom, as well as the Science Junior, we are going to be getting a lot of science here very quickly. So instead of rushing rockets and trying to get up deeper into space, let's take a second and rove our way around the KSC, maybe even take flight into the air. So let's go ahead and grab that. We have 22 science left available, so we're gonna go ahead and unlock the ASET personal reentry pod, and that will be our first command pod piloted by the Kerbal, and we'll test that out and see how that goes. Alright, so we got Bob Kerman in the cockpit of this, shall we say, craft, for lack of a better word. I guess it's still technically a vehicle, because we have a cockpit here, complete with the Warbirds IVA. All of these are functional, but oh, that's not great. So apparently this this has a few issues. This should be our action group here, so hopefully we can just click that. But we need a little bit more science to do the tech that we need, so we're gonna go ahead and grab all the science that we have available off the runway, and then just get it done with, so we don't have to deal with that on our next flight. So not a lot of science at all, very, very low, but believe we should be able to get ourselves out into EVA. Oh, maybe not. No, we cannot. Alright, well, never mind. We can't get into EVA. Oh. We can do that. Alright, well, we're not going to risk blowing ourselves up for potentially no extra amount of science that we can get easily elsewhere. So let's go ahead and pop this out and see what we can get from there. So with that, Bob Kerman is the first to get a ribbon. This is from the Final Frontier mod. This had been out of date for so long, for the entirety that I had been playing Kerbal. And then once the resurgence of modding in the modding community after the shutdown of KSP 2, Final Frontier finally updated and is now current and usable on CCAN. So check that out. If you don't know what it is, it basically, you get these kind of military style ribbons for having certain achievements. This one is for awarded for researching 10 or more science points, so that's pretty cool. And we're gonna do it once again from the desert runway. And something I realized that I had missed in the last runway is we didn't do a material study. I realized, I was wondering why we got so little science, but we didn't do material studies. So let's go ahead and just grab everything we can, and we're not going to leave Bob out in the rain and in the cold for too long. And would you look at that, with that little boost in science, we now have 43. We can now afford, oh, got another service. At least a single mission as a scientist. Oh, we completed a mission? Well, definitely not that one. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and spend that hard-earned science. First, we need fabrication, which we will finally start have those for ourselves. And then we need early aviation, and we want this primarily. Let's go ahead and grab Basic construction. Well, definitely wings. We definitely want some wings. I don't know. Basic construction or general rocketry? Let's do basic construction for now. It gives us this decoupler, which will be good. It gives us that decoupler. So those will be good for our orbital, but we're not doing orbital just yet. We're doing airplanes, but it's a good usage of our science. But anyways, we want to get that kind of high tech because, you know, I'm not very proud to admit it, but Werner von Kerman has been up to some shenanigans and through some nefarious means managed. Yes, that's right. We stole the prop plane. Well, the schematics for it anyways. And built it piece by piece. We did, however, replace the landing gear. So we will see how that takes off when we fly. But anyways, we are going to push the boundaries with this flight and see if we can get this space race off to a good start. Jebediah Kerman, time to take flight. Alright, time to hop into the cockpit, get ourselves ready to go. We're going to do our first set of science right here on the runway. We don't have much, a little bit of residual from the mystery goo, and a little bit of residual from the target scanning. However, that's okay because we've got plenty of science to grab elsewhere. So let's go ahead and get our engine running. We have our brakes on right now. Keep ourselves still. Let's full throttle up. And then kill our brakes. And hopefully this will be a good flight. Safe and sound. We'll land Jebediah Kerman all in one piece. And if I don't look away from the screen like I just did and peel off the runway, maybe we'll be pretty good. So we're passing the KSP. It's time to lift up, and we are airborne. Yes. We're gonna stow our landing gear and even ourselves out and get ready for our flight. Now, in the KSP group, they decided to land in the water in order to get the bathymetry data and all the science data for the water, but I don't feel like landing this craft there. It's a beautiful plane, and I think they were disrespectful to it. And Jebediah wants to set his sights out on that island runway out there. We are going to attempt to do a real landing, because you know what? That's what real pilots do. See, I feel a little bit better trash talking when it's just myself that I'm trash talking. Anyways, we are over the water, so let's go ahead and do action group number 2. And now we actually have some science to be had. We should actually should transmit that crew report instead of what we have right now, but that's okay. We'll probably end up overriding it when we get there, but that's alright. So this is the Warbird's cockpit, the lowest tech cockpit you can get. No screens to be had. Nothing. Typically in other versions, it's just this particular cockpit. Typically this looks better, and once we unlock the Mach 1 cockpit, this whole thing will be looking great. We see the island runway off to our left, so we're gonna start to angle ourselves for our approach. And start coming in. And we don't have the greatest approach, so we're gonna kind of pull a hard maneuver here. And really line ourselves up. And this is gonna be a hairy re-entry, but hopefully we got it. So we killed our throttle. We're gonna just coast our way down. Okay, a little nervous. I haven't quick saved or anything. Put our landing gear out. I don't know why we're getting warnings. That's not ideal. Let's go ahead and kill our propeller. Throw on our brake. Oh, can we do this without our parachutes? Let's just do our parachutes. Let's just be safe. Oh, we're coming off the runway. No, tilt back, tilt back. Whew. That's what I'm talking about, Jeb. That is what I'm talking about. Alright, so we got some science to be got. Not a lot. You know, we could have just launched our plane from this runway and gotten all that science. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, with Parallax 2, all the... well, not all, but a lot of the celestial bodies have a beautiful upgrade, so I cannot wait to see them in first person, because you know what, first person is the true ideology. I don't care what KXP says. Let me know what you think in the comments below. But yeah, successful flight, Jeb. Thank you very much for your efforts, and let's go ahead and bring you home. And we grabbed a whopping 44 science from that as well. So let's go ahead. Oh, yep, that's right. Final Frontier. I keep forgetting about this. Let's bring this right here. Jebediah, researching 10 or more science points. Withstanding an acceleration of 3 Gs for 3 or more seconds. Wow. Oh, those hard turn maneuvers. Yes. One thing I haven't mentioned in this episode, I may have mentioned it in KXP, I'm not sure, but we are playing with a mod called Watch Your G-Forces, made by a friend of ours that makes it so deadly G-Forces will be deadly to Kerbal. So we got to keep an eye on that. So it's pretty interesting that they got the G-Force 3 ribbon, so we'll have to pay attention to that later. And first landing on Kerbal because we successfully landed, so that's great to see. But anyways, the thing we want to focus on next is general rocketry. Just go ahead and research that out the gate. We're gonna need to unlock advanced rocketry in the next episode, so that way we can start pushing our way towards orbital contracts. However, aviation for 45. There's some interesting things in here. We get the better cockpit, which I wouldn't mind, as well as some jet engines, which would also be pretty good. Get out of the prop era. We also get some different ones that I haven't seen before. Must be from one of the mod kits that I have. Oh, nice. We got like an X-plane looking thing. But yeah, we will experiment with this in the next episode. We'll try to see what the best usage of our time may be. We may end up doing more airplanes than KXP does, just because it may be an easier way to garner all the science that we get, so we don't end up stretching ourselves too thin. Maybe we'll launch with more confidence than they will, but we shall see. But that is where we are going to bring our day to a close. It was quite a productive day. You tell me which one you enjoyed more, and let the side choosing begin. KXP or KSP POV. But in the next episode, we are going to figure out where to go from here. In the next episode, we may do some more planes, we may do some more probes, but either way, I'm excited for what is to come, the space race. I really like this idea. I like the competition that I'm competing against myself, so I don't feel too bad, I don't feel too stressed, and it's been a lot of fun getting this started, so I hope you're enjoying it as well. But anyways, that's where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did, please consider joining our channel members. Think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space Program in first person. Episode 2 of the Janus Project, and unfortunately, the secret was let out that we stole the airplane, and the board of the Janus Project deemed that cheating was not acceptable, at least not in this early stage of the game, and so our whole agency has been banished to the other side of the world, and where we will have to prove ourselves and start, well, not start anew, but have to keep going from a new area, far from the prying eyes of the KXP group. But anyways, let's go ahead and jump on in, and I'll show you where we're at. So by using the KSC switcher and a lot of fine-tuning of the latitude and longitude, we have found ourselves in the desert biome, what we are now calling the Proving Grounds. Here, I'll show you where we are on the map. Here we are, the Proving Grounds, just east of the desert launch site, very far west from the Kerbal Space Center, and far from there. We now have a no-fly zone. We are not allowed to land anywhere near the KSC, and vice versa. They are not allowed to land near us. But anyways, we will continue on our journey of conquest of the stars. So not only have they taken the first launch and first in flight, but they have now taken first in orbit. So we have a lot of catching up to do. We've got a fire under us, and we are ready to start building. So let's first off spend the 37 science that we have, grab ourselves some missions, and then do some work. Well, we can't spend any science because everything we need to unlock is 45 or more, so that is just not going to cut it. We're going to grab this flying airplane to 2,500 meters. It's not a milestone, I wouldn't say, but it is definitely something that we will end up doing before them. And hopefully that's good. Yeah, everything else is get a probe into orbit. So we are going to hold off on grabbing any of the rest of these contracts for now. But you know what? Having that extra bit of science will do us very good. And we do have one thing going for us that KXP doesn't, and that is we have access to a Kerbal command pod, and we can utilize it today. So let's go ahead and grab the extra science we need, and then we'll focus on the next task. So this is the ASET expanded or advanced capsule. Not very high tech, very analog. However, it does offer us some control surfaces, and it allows us to glide our way back home if so we choose. We are now going to turn ourselves about 180 degrees and try to safely come off the runway and into the desert and collect a little science to be had there. So let's kick on our engines, and we'll start turning ourselves. Gotta make sure we don't turn too rapidly. I think it's about 120 some odd, or 225, that's what it was. Oh, we are on an incline here. We may be able to use this incline to our advantage. Yeah, let's just try to roll it out, ride it out from here as best we can. Glorious day for science. And it is kind of nice. Okay, okay, we're tilting. We're tilting. Okay, we're coming down. Oh, and we're back on 2 wheels. Let's kill our velocity. All right. 3 wheels, actually. So yeah, I think we're in the desert now. So let's go ahead and do science part 2. Yeah, we are in the deserts. 7.5, 1.5 for the crew report. Nothing on the atmosphere, temperature. Mystery goo, 0.7, not bad. And magnetometer scan, we got the full 1.2. So yeah, that's all we needed to do. Just collect a little pickup science. Oh, I'm trying to climb back up, I see. There we go. Just pick up a little science to fill out the 45 necessary. Do we have brakes anywhere around here? Doesn't look like it. Oh well. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and collect this, grab our science, and then move on. So that netted us 18.7 science, giving us the 45 necessary. And Jebediah got his first ribbon awarded for researching 50 or more science points, but he will be getting more than that by the end of today's episode. I'm not sure if we're going to use him on the space flight or the plane flight, but we are getting Kerbals up in the air today. We're going to go ahead and grab aviation for the better cockpits, as well as some jet engines and better landing gear. We are going to take flight. We're going to break that 2,500 meter contract before KSP does, and see, maybe we'll even go a little higher than that. But for that, we are going to build ourselves a new airplane. We learned our lesson. We're not going to steal other people's designs. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves a Mach 1 inline cockpit. We're going to set that to the Warbirds Retro. There we go. And let's go ahead and build ourselves a plane. We're going to build it a little similar to our RP1 series with this kind of wings with the jet engines on the outside, although that's a little too far of a wing. Because we've got some pretty small jet engines to be had, so we're going to try to utilize 2 of them to maximize our thrust. Yeah, this shooting star is very small. Yeah, only 64 kilonewtons of thrust, so however, with the 2 of them, that brings us to a thrust to weight ratio of 1.72, which is nothing to sneeze at. Gonna put our tail fins in here to make sure they're nice and flat, but then we're gonna raise them up and attach them like so. Alright, that looks good. Let's get some wheels on this thing. Oh, we should probably put a nose cone on there as well. You know, I'll check out this Mach 1 Supersonic. I thought we had access to the regular Mach 1 cockpit, but I guess not. We'll try that out and see how that looks. Let's go ahead and get some wheels. Yeah, we're gonna need to lower those wings. As cool as that looks. There we go. Alright, let's add our control to our surfaces. Get ourselves 2 pilots in there. We'll get Val and Jeb. Both of them get to stretch their wings. We'll do a quick simulation of this, and then we'll get it out on the line. Oh, we didn't even get all the signs. What are we doing? So let's see. We're only going to be doing the one from high altitude. We're going to get everything that we can. Okay, so Action Group 1 is going to observe mystery goo, take a crew report, check the pressure, check the temperature, check our surroundings, and do the magnetometer. Boom. And then Action Group 2 is going to toggle that magnetometer back in. Action Group 3 is going to shut down our engines. Alright, good. Let's throw some parachutes on here just in case. Alright, make sure those are on that. And first jet plane. Save that. Alright, Alright, let's test it out, and then we'll see you on the runway. Alright, well, that front did not work. There we go, try that now. This plane is so maneuverable, and it's a lot of fun. However, a lot of this science is useless. We don't need the barometer or the thermometer. We'll pick up some residuals on these, but for the most part, those are good. Everything is good here. The Warbird's IVA cockpit is not working. I must have done something incorrect. I'm not sure what, but we are going to go with the KSA IVA upgrade instead. I think that'll be very suitable for us. So let's go ahead and get Jebediah into the cockpit. And, before we do that, let's go back out to the KSC and do one thing. And that is we're going to upgrade the astronaut complex. It's a little bit of money, you know, we can afford it, but we want to be able to make sure that we can EVA, Kerbals can EVA, and so that way if we're up in the air and something goes wrong, we want to be able to bail out. Let's also quickly go to administration. I haven't done anything with this yet on either one, and so let's science transmitted from new biomes. Let's get something going. You know what? We're going to grab local science 1 because that's 20% bonus to KSC science, and we're going to do, not in today's episode, but in the next episode, we may just rove around the KSC grabbing all the science we can get. So we can only get one strategy, so we're going to do that for now. Unfortunately, we're not going to utilize that in this launch, but let's go ahead and get ourselves first jet plane up on the runway. Jebediah in the cockpit. Aim to go 2,500 meters. Alright, beautiful day for a flight. let's go ahead and hop into the cockpit. We are using the KSA version. Let's go ahead and get our flight deck lights on. Get our clock up. Let's get our heads up. Oops. There we go. Turn that on before the thing was up. Breaking the immersion. Anyways, let's we can't look down very well, but we're gonna go ahead and throw on our camera here. Have our little landing camera. And we are ready to go. Let's go ahead and kick on the engine. We're gonna throttle up. And turn off our brakes. Ooh, slide sideways on the runway because it's not upgraded yet. And we're going pretty fast. Let's just take off. Ooh, something broke. What broke? Something broke. Raising our landing gear. Don't know what broke. Oh, we can here, let's just point ourselves for the clouds. We regain control. Let's look at our log. Tail connector B crashed into the runway. Oh. Oh, our whole back end. Okay, interesting. That's going to affect our aerodynamics probably. But nonetheless, we seem to be holding steady and capable. And with that, we have successfully flown to an altitude of 2,500 meters. Let's go ahead and do our science. Get these screens off. We don't need these screens. Those are screens for KSP, POV, or KXP. We don't need them. We're in first person. Alright, so we got a little bit from the Mystic Goo. We get a crew report, some target scanning. Could have sworn we had material studies on here, so let's go ahead and go in here. There we go. Yep, material studies didn't get put onto the action group, so let's go ahead and conduct that as well. Oh, there we go. I guess we just collected the data. Oh, there it is. Yeah, nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn that back on. Let's come home for a landing. Safe landing, back on the runway. Jebediah Kermit in one piece. I told you that this plane was maneuverable, but look at just how maneuverable that is. So we are going to be headed back towards the south. Uh-oh. Didn't exactly pay attention to my heading. I think we are at the 21 point. I think we're at the 21 degree marker. Yep, there we go. There's our waypoint. Alright, so at some point we'll have to land in the water and collect water science, but for now we are going to once again try to come in for an appropriate landing. We are going rather fast, however, so let's go ahead and kill our engines and kind of glide our way back. There's our target, and if you see there's actually some obstruction in the middle of the runway. Ooh, we are starting to lose speed. We're gonna need to pick that back up. But there's an obstruction in the middle of the runway that may prove challenging, so we'll have to see what we can do there. I really wish we had put air brakes on this thing. Did not think about it. kill our engines once more. Oh yeah, we need to toggle our magnetometer back in. Whew. Oh yep, we have no tail. Alright, let's lower our landing gear. Line ourselves up. I'm very glad I put that camera there. And okay, let's parachutes, engine cut off. Okay, you got this, Jeb. You got this. Balance yourself out. Ooh, come to a stop. Brakes, wherever brakes are. Don't know where the brakes are. But we made it. Successfully landed once again, back on the ground, pilot alive. Everything is good. Mission successful. Science has been gotten. Let's go ahead and bring him on home. Yeah, we don't have any walkies in here, so we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. But look at this thing. There's no way that this thing should have existed. But because of the fact that these were connected to here instead of the tail fin, that's the only reason why this thing's still flown. But you know what? If the game allowed me to do it, I'm going to go ahead and take it. So let's go ahead and put on our brakes and call this home. So 28.2 science, which was good. That gave us 41, which is almost enough to achieve the next node on one of those things. So maybe we'll do a quick science grab using that rover. Maybe we'll drive it over here to the spaceplane hangar and go do that. Jebediah got an award for withstanding accelerations of 4 Gs for 3 or more seconds. Excellent. Yeah, that quick turn that we did was quite heavy. But he survived. Man, he's an ace pilot. Alright, so let's collect that science and move on. It is really hard to tell where the turn is just from this camera. It's a very low quality camera alone. That looks like the spaceplane hangar. That looks like the astronaut complex. I believe I'm in the spaceplane hangar's biome right now. Oh, yep, that's definitely the hangar. Alright, we're going to do it right as we pass on by. Look at that. Alright. Action group 1. Nice. 7.5, 1.5, 3.6, 2.4, 3.0, 1.2. Wonderful. And we have another set of science we can do, so let's go ahead and grab it from the astronaut complex. Actually, no, yeah, let's grab it from the astronaut complex. Let's throw on our brakes so we don't destroy our vehicle. There we go. And do science. Wow. That is quite a lot that we're going to get. Excellent. So I'm very happy with that. Once again, no walkie to bring us home, so we'll do it the old-fashioned way. 85 science. We can definitely do some stuff with that. Valentina got her first ribbon for researching 10 or more. Excellent. And we're going to put those points into advanced rocketry so we can have some decent engines. And that will open us up into the final round of where we can get our good engines. Like the Terrier engine is unlocked in propulsion systems, and heavier rocketry gives us the Swivel and the Reliant. So once we hit here, that's when we're really able to start doing orbital stuff. But nonetheless, we've got our rocketry. Let's go ahead and get our Kerbals up in space. Let's take this milestone from KSP, shall we? We're going to go ahead and take the contracts to orbit Kerbal, but let's not make the mistake that KXP did, and let's read the contracts and see which one will give us the most money first. Alright, so just the standard typical orbits, and then we're going to grab this one as well, but those are for a probe in orbit. Unfortunately, we're going to be doing Kerbals right now, so let's go ahead and grab a few other airplane ones. Well, I guess we can only grab the one airplane contract. So, grabbing those orbit Kerbals. Oh, we can do these ones right now. Okay. Alright, we can do a couple of these. Let's clear these out. We need some money because we want to upgrade the vehicle assembly building. And we could do that right now. And the launch pad. We want to get both of those upgraded. So let's complete those couple contracts real fast. It's just literally testing on the launch pad. Make the money and we'll be right back. And with that, we got this one done. This one, for some reason, is not registering us. You okay there, Bill? This one's not registering us as landed for some reason. Maybe because we're in the biome, or biome is the runway. That doesn't make any sense. But we're gonna complete this one. I think it's just bugged because we are set as vessel type to rover. Oh, maybe it's because Bill is in there. Oh, ran out of battery. Okay, so we cleared up some space. 2 contracts. So now we can take 2 more, and hopefully we can get ourselves to above 75 grand. Unfortunately, there are no missions that will get us the amount of money necessary to upgrade the launch pad and as well as be able to afford our launch. So we're going to have to keep our mass tonnage low, but we can get our part count high. So let's go ahead and build ourselves a craft to take back some glory of the space race. Alright, here we are once again on the launch pad with the first Kerbal and Space Mobile. I know, very cleverly named. A 3-stage rocket with a little SRB to push us up into high space to gather some science using our intrepid pilot Valentina Kerman in the ASAT Mach 1 reentry capsule. And that's right, we are going to take the glory of the first Kerbal in space from the KSP folks. You know, they've been beating us on milestones ever since they began, just because of the fact that they started first. So we're going to take an aggressive move. Valentina's going to take some risk. We're going to hop in this cockpit and take the glory. So let's go ahead and get everything turned on the way we want to. Get clearance from... Yeah, we can keep this off for now. Get clearance from the launch tower. And then we just want to get going. Valentina is not a scientist, so she is not going to be able to reset any of the experiments. However, we brought 2 of them, 2 of each aboard, so we will be able to gather science from high space and low space. Beautiful day dawns on the KSC in the proving grounds, and I believe we are good to go. So let's go ahead and throttle up. Our SAS is on. Clearance from launch. Good enough for me. Let's go. And you may notice that the nav ball looks a little strange, and that is because we are once again at the proving grounds in the desert biome, at a completely different launch location. So if we want to line ourselves up, we're going to have to rotate. Alright, we got a healthy thrust to weight ratio that's only rising, but let's see what happens when we drop our SRBs. Alright, 100 meters per second delta V left. And staged slightly early. Keep our forward momentum going, a little trick we learned from RP1. We are now actually heading the wrong direction. We want to go eastward. Let's just kind of tap our way over. I mean, northward wouldn't be terrible, but that's not what we want. Alright. I guess we'll have to take it northeast it is, but at least we're no longer going west. Alright, so thrust to weight ratio, again, looking great. This is a pretty well designed rocket for what it is. We were limited by the launch pad weight, so we actually, even though we had tons of parts that we could throw on there, it was the launch pad that was killing us. So unfortunately, we didn't have enough money to cover the cost of upgrading. Oh, there's our stage. Go ahead, stage, and our SRB takes over. We're locked to prograde, and our apoapsis is now skyrocketing. And if we can get this as high as possible into high space, we'll be able to get 2 sets of science from this, and that should be able to push us forward technology-wise, and hopefully we'll be able to get a jump on the others. And that is all she wrote. As we see here, there's no more delta V in our stage or our total, so that means that there's no more delta V on this craft. We are now in space, so we can go ahead and do the science. Lots of good stuff there. We didn't bother to put communications on here to transmit because we are not going to transmit. No, instead, Valentina is going to unbuckle herself from her seat. Oh wait, no, first we need to... we are locking prograde. Hold on. Let's get ourselves into the sunlight a little bit better. There we go. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mission Control. All right, let's go ahead and press our face against the window and force our way out into EVA in first-person view. Get our light on and let go. And something very important, something crucially important, is before we start our before we start our RCS, we need to make sure we're fully away from the craft. I posted on Reddit some of the test flight footage of our EVA attempts. And let me tell you, there were some harrowing moments because this is not easy. But not only did we successfully achieve the first Kerbal in space milestone, but we actually managed to achieve the first EVA of the series, the Janus project. So we have 2 milestones to bring home with us as long as we can survive. And as you see a little bit, you may be able to notice our craft is starting to rotate, and that is what I was afraid of. All right, oh, there's Kerbal above us. So we're gonna Alright, thank you, Mission Control. Let go of the craft, hop into RCS, gain control, and grab onto the cockpit. Okay. Alright, so it's rotating. Oh, and we are losing control. Alright, come on, just grab it, grab it. Grab it. Oh, okay. Whew. Oh, Valentina. Oh, you scare me. You scare me sometimes. SAS on, lock to prograde. Change our camera. And the science has been grabbed. So, we can take a moment to breathe, everybody. Oh, that's fun. That's fun to see. Okay, so that was intense, but the mission is not quite over yet. So we are going to time warp our way a little bit closer to the apoapsis, right about here. And we should be in high space now. So let's go ahead and do Science Action Group 2. Yep, space high above Kerbal. All right, let's grab everything and quickly do that once more. Alright, Wish us luck, everybody. Ooh, that was a little premature. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll try not going on the ladder. I think that might have been what was my downfall. Collect that data. EVA report. Take that data, take that data, take that data. Oh, I think it might be working. Collect that data. Yeah, that's much safer. Never in my tests. Never in my test did I decide to just not grab the ladder. Every single time in my test, I ran into such a harrowing... Okay. Ran into such a harrowing re-entry into the capsule. Whew. My heart is was racing, but is now calming down to a reasonable pace. So now all we need to do is go ahead and point ourselves point ourselves retrograde. Oh, the light's no longer working for now. Point ourselves retrograde. We're going to change our camera. There we go. Okay, so we're pointed retrograde. Got our camera that way. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back down to atmospheric height. Oh, there it is. That's the atmosphere. Okay, so let's go ahead and stage that off. Okay, that was a little bit faster than I would have wanted. Yeah, see, that's starting to burn up right now. And hopefully we don't hit it. Holy crap. Okay, well, we didn't hit it. That's good. Point ourselves prograde. Oh, that's not good. Okay, pull up a little bit. You got this, Valentina, you got this. Pull up. Hopefully our parachutes didn't go. What happened to our cameras? Any visuals? We have no visuals. All of our cameras were destroyed. Wow. Did that collide with us? I think that was an unfortunate collision. Okay, so 4,000 meters above the surface. I have no idea what biome we're in. Oh, we might be lucky enough to land in water. All right, 3,000. So let's say at 2,500. There we go. Fire. Fire. Thank you. Oh, Valentina. I think you might have done it. I think you might have saved. I was not expecting to not be able to jettison my my lower stage. Let's see if we can get a nice view out there. Oh, nice. Oh, that's all we can see. Oh. Yeah, we're right off the coast. Oh, they're gonna be able to pick us up in no time. Valentina, congratulations. You earned the stripes and the bars of being the first Kerbal in space, first Kerbal in high space, and first Kerbal on EVA, and first Kerbal with a successful relanding. The only milestones we're going to be taking here is Kerbal in space and EVA in space, so, but a spacewalk. Yeah, we're going to be landing in the water. Excellent. So let's just go ahead and coast our way down. I feel like our rate of descent is very low. We are gonna be good, I assume. I can't wait to see what kind of science we got from this.
50, 25, 10, 5, 2.
Valentina. You ace pilot, you. Well, we don't have any communication pods in here, so we're just gonna have to radio for help on the intercom. But let's go ahead and bring her on home, see what kind of science she grabbed, and then call this episode to a close. Wow, we gained a whopping 178 science from that. We should be able to do some pretty good stuff. Unfortunately, we didn't get any money from that. We didn't have any missions to do any of the stuff that we just did. That was all rogue space agency stuff, and we may end up paying the price for this coming up in the future with only 25,000 funds. So, but we'll have to deal with that in the next episode, because right now we just want to celebrate Jebediah. What were you doing in the cockpit? That was Valentina's mission. No, no XP gained for you. You should have, you should have gained XP for that. You should have gained XP for that, but no XP for you. But, well, you know what? I think he's rewarded enough. Research 5 ribbon, 200 points of science, splashdown a vessel in water, withstanding an acceleration of at least 10 Gs for 3 seconds, flying horizontally at a Mach 1, first Kerbal on EVA, first Kerbal on EVA in 0 atmosphere. So 2 EVA space ribbons. 3. Oh, and dangerous EVA awarded for executing while not in a stable orbit, and awarded for being the first Kerbal in space. So I cannot wait to type up the progress report, send it to the Kerbals at the newspapers, and let them print that out for the KXP bunch to check out and see how the bar had been raised since they've been sleeping over the weekend. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. I was really excited to bring this mission to you, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more that we are going to do, because I have a lot of plans for this, not just for this agency, but for the Janus project in total. And I've been enjoying kind of competing 2 series against each other and seeing how I can outdo myself each time. So I hope you're liking that as well. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did, please think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all on the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space Program in first person. I have to say, as the head of the POV department, I was quite impressed with the KXP group and their achievement of getting a first Kerbal into orbit. And it inspired us that we want to do the same. However, we are financially lacking at the moment. So we're going to hop on in, see what kind of missions and jobs we can take to make up the money. I believe we have a good chunk of science to spend, so we'll be doing that. And hopefully we'll be able to achieve some sort of milestone for ourselves today. But if nothing else, we'll be playing a little bit of catch up. So let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so as we see here, we've got a couple contracts still ready to go. We achieve an airspeed of 100 meters per second. That should be relatively easy. We will be able to get that done, make a little bit of money. This radial decoupler on an escape trajectory is going to be significantly harder, because not only does that require us to get into orbit, but to get into an escape trajectory out of Kerbin. We mainly took this so we can kind of cheat our way into the radial decoupler part, but unfortunately we're going to have to postpone and probably cancel that at some point. But the other 3 major contracts we have is to get a probe into orbit. So I think that is going to be our goal for the day. We might do this one as well in order to make any money that we might need. But other than that, let's take a look at our science and see what we can unlock. Alright, so this tiny little craft, which is a little bit overbuilt, however, it is meant to be expanded upon with tiny little, oh, we have an extra. There we go. One of each science experiments that we have at the moment. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it any bigger without running into some funding issues. So let's just do the science for the crawlerway because I know we don't have any of that yet. And let's get started. Jebediah was going to be the one who had to do this sort of as a punishment for sneaking into the capsule before, but he lucked out because we are going to need Bob Kerman to take a surface sample. And so, yeah, he's just going to drive just onto the crawlerway, do some science, and hopefully that'll be enough to get us everything we need, and then we can get started. Alright, so here we are in the cockpit. Just a typical plane cockpit. We can go ahead and put on our cameras here. Go ahead and fire. Nothing else we really need to do. Oops. This plane doesn't have any way of producing oxidizer. It's someone forgot to put the air intake on here. So unfortunately, the only momentum we have is doing a little shimmy. So hopefully we can, let's just turn this over to ship log. That'll tell us which biome we're at. I don't want to do it on the launch pad because I feel like we've gotten a lot of what we have on us there, and that won't be good enough. So hopefully we can kind of shimmy our way up onto the crawlerway to do this science, because I don't want to have to recall this vehicle, then go put on the air intake. You know, Bob can use his head well enough to get the mission done. And there we go, onto the crawlerway. So we can just go ahead and let ourselves coast. Turn that on. Whoops. There we go. Alright, so that has gotten us more than we need, which is nice. Go ahead and store that. Let's bring this to a halt and go ahead and hop out and do not just an EVA report. Store that experiment. Fall to the ground. Take another EVA report. Oh, we don't have a surface sample that we can take. I was mistaken. And a mighty fine job done by Bob. Let's go ahead and bring him back. $21 science earned from that, which is more than enough for what we need. Bob got a couple ribbons here. Yeah, just, you know, basic science stuff. Let's go ahead and close that. Let's get our R&D going. We're going to want propulsion systems. We're going to want heavy rocketry. And we are going to want gizmos. There we go. Now we have access to... I don't need that. Better electrics going on here. Better communications, miniaturizations. We've got more science experiments that can be done, as well as more communication dishes and antennas. This EVA experiment will be able to get us a lot of science when we do Kerbal stuff. So, and then space exploration is a lot of the breaking ground science stuff can be, well, not the science stuff, but some of the breaking ground stuff can be found here. We also have the Bon Voyage autopilot, which will help our rover missions, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's get a probe into orbit, turn it into a communication satellite, and begin our network. But of course, to do that, we're gonna grab the point a dish out from Kerbal. Thankfully, that gives us 5,000 funds, which, as you see here, we are significantly lacking in. We're also going to grab this flying airplane to 5,000 meters, because it's going to give us 16,000 funds when we complete that as well. Alright, here we are on the launch pad. This time with Valentina Kerman, and actually Valentina in the cockpit. And we are going to attempt the 5,000 meters contract, as well as the fly faster than 100 meters per second contract. So, let's get our flight deck lights on, our panel lights on, everything that we're gonna need. Turn that on as well. And I believe there's nothing else we need to do except launch. Let's see. Let's make sure we don't have to count down or anything. Yep, so all we got to do is fly to 5,000 meters, and then that one is done. And then this one we have to fly between 2,500 and 5,000 meters and hold for 5 seconds, fly level flight. But then we have to come and land. We have to land back on the runway. So that is going to be the tricky part of this contract. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and get our atmospheric autopilot up. Turn that on. I'm going to leave this. We'll have this. We don't need this just yet, so we'll leave that to the side. And yeah, so let's go ahead and take off. So let's start our engines. Kill our brakes. Ooh, we're going fast. Alright, and we're going to have to take off before we get halfway down the runway because there is a bump. But we also want to make sure we don't bang our tail on the runway. Okay, there we go. That was a little hairy. Called it at the last second. I'm not sure if you saw that. Yeah, that bump right there. Hazardous. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring our landing gear up. And then fly to 2,500 meters. Or 4,000 meters, I should say. So we can go ahead and turn that on. That will bring us up to a level speed. And we'll let autopilot, aircraft autopilot take care of this for us for now. Nice. And we're starting to level off. There we go. We are all set on that. Let's go ahead, change this to 6,000, and that's going to bring us up a little bit, up to the 5,000 necessary. And we'll just pop in our standard fly-by-wire once again. We can get rid of this thing because we have now successfully completed both those contracts. So now all we need to do is safely come home. Alright, so we need to do basically a 180. So we're going to be coming to the 21 mark here, relatively, between 21 and 24. Pulling some high G's, I believe. That is okay, nothing Valentina can't handle. And we're made our sharp turn. Let's go ahead and level out. And try to get some eyes on our target. Oof, clouds coming in our way. Ah, yes, it's over there. Yep, C21. I think I was right the first time. There we go. We are going rather fast. We are going to have to kill off some of that speed before we get there. We're also flying very low, so we're fighting a lot of the atmospheric drag here. As you can see, the aerodynamic forces are starting to appear. Probably lower our throttle a little bit. And now we're going to need to line ourselves up with the runway. So let's bring our throttle up again. There it is. Okay, we're overshooting, so let's throw back once again. Alright. Okay, alright. Oh, crap. Okay. Alright, we're gonna kill our throttle. And kill our engines. And then kind of coast in for landing. Drop our gears. Get our camera lined up. Get ourselves lined up. Stage our parachutes. We're still going very fast. Okay. Whew. Not the best touchdown. You know, landing would have been nicer. But as you see here, that's that bump that I keep talking about. And unfortunately, there's not much I can really do about that because it breaks. There we go. Yeah, it was a lot of touch and go, minor adjustments to get this KSC located in the right place, and this bump in the runway is just something we're gonna have to live with. But that is it. We should have successfully completed both those contracts, which means we'll have a little bit more money. Not the greatest amount of money, but oh, I forgot to do my science while I was there. We can do it here. Not even residuals there, but we got a little bit there and a little bit there, and that's it. Oh well, that's good enough. Let's get this home. Valentina earned a couple ribbons for that, withstanding an acceleration of 5 Gs. See, I knew it was a hard turn, and for a safe and successful landing on Kerbal. The first of many. But anyways, now that we have a little bit more funds, we are going to focus on the rest of the contracts that we have, not that one, but to get a probe in orbit, to orbit Kerbal, and to point a dish out. So hopefully that will recover all the funds that we used in our last episode, just doing the suborbital hop with no contracts backing it. So let's go ahead and build ourselves a rocket that can handle this, and then I'll see you soon. Alright, so here is the rocket we made. It just barely squeaks into what we need it to do. As you can see here, the mass is 0.005 under our weight limit. We actually had to limit some of the fuel in here just so we can manage to sneak it through onto the launch pad. But other than that, the main thing is you may be asking yourself, hey, Legion, why is there a Mach 1 inline cockpit there? I thought you were launching a probe. Well, the answer is a little bit funny because I am playing with remote tech, as you can tell from the mod list in the description below this and every other Janus Project video. We are playing with remote tech, and what that means is there is a much more advanced communication system at play. And if you don't have communication, you can't control a probe, which is normally fine at the KSC because you're close enough to the tracking station that, you know, your signal can get there. Unfortunately, because we're at the proving grounds all the way out in the desert, the KSC switcher does do pretty good as far as like getting your main KSC view to another part of the world. However, it's still waiting for remote tech signal to come from the KSC, which is at its normal stage. So until we get communication dishes up into orbit to be able to transmit that signal from the KSC all the way out here, we are not going to have any kind of probe control. So that is where Valentina Kerman enters the situation. So unfortunately, we wanted this just to be a simple probe orbit launch, and it is going to be complicated enough to become a Kerbal in orbit launch, so we're going to be doing that. We're not going to be stealing that milestone, unfortunately, because KXP did in the last episode at the beginning of the week, but we will be, you know, progressing ourselves and our agency to that ability. So that's pretty good to see. So, but anyways, let's get this on the launch pad. As we see here, it's only 13 grand out of our 52, which is nice, because then once we satisfy all these contracts, hopefully we'll have a good chunk of money to go start doing other stuff. Anyways, let's get this out on the launch pad, and I'll see you there. All right, let's hop into the cockpit and get started. First things we're going to do is turn SAS on and our panel lights. Turn on this clock. Get our warnings going. We don't have a lot of life support, so we can't stay out in orbit for very long. We got some cameras. Let's put our downwards facing cameras on for now while we get ready for liftoff. Let's get clearance from ground control. Oh, good enough. Throttle up and fire. There we go. Decent thrust to weight ratio, lifting off from the surface. I'm gonna tilt our way around, so that way our nav ball lines up the way we want it. We're just gonna head straight up for a little bit, and we'll tilt over soon enough once we start going fast enough, which is about right here. So let's start to tip over. We were naturally starting to tip over to the west, which is not good. We can keep an eye on our Delta V, which is good. This is not wanting to play nicely with my tilting. And Valentina is a 0-star pilot, so we can't lock to prograde. This whole journey is going to be by the seat of her pants, just doing SAS control. But you know, it's good that we have SAS control at the very least. Alright, so we are 17 kilometers above the surface. Apoapsis is 33 and rising. 1,000 meters per second Delta V left, remaining and falling. Thrust to weight ratio of 3 and climbing. Apoapsis is just now passing through the Kármán line, so we're just going to keep going as high as we can, and then we'll stage our engine. And we'll keep an eye on that right now. Kill that. All right. So we've separated our engine. We're now just this tiny little bit. We don't need to keep firing because we have quite a decent apoapsis. So let's see. We are almost out into space. And there we are. We are now in space above Kerbal once again, but this time we are aiming to orbit. So let's see. With our time to apoapsis being 2 minutes and 33 seconds, let's time warp forward a little bit to about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Alright, let's slow down. And fire. We're just going to hold horizontally and try to come into orbit. Our apoapsis is starting to get a little high here, so we're going to kill our throttle and then wait until we get once again up to about 1 minute and 40 seconds away from our apoapsis. There we go. Point at the horizon once more and fire. And so now our periapsis is about to go into the positives, and then from there we'll be able to orbit with, it's weird it's not showing us our delta V right there. But it is telling us that we are low. So we are going to just wait a little bit longer, get up to our apoapsis yet again, and fire ever so slightly to bring us into orbit. So we could just do it right there. Perfect. So we only have 7% of our delta V left in our resources. So yeah, and we cannot not return home. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at our contracts real fast. All right, we got a probe into orbit, and we orbited Kerbal. All we need to do is point a dish out, and we can do that right now. There we have it. All 4 of those contracts have been fulfilled. Let's go ahead and stage that. Oh, switch back to... No, not that. Come on. Oh, I wanted to see it go. Wanted to see it fly away from me, but ooh. There it goes. That's so good. That's so cool. Alright, so now what we need to do is we need to time warp our way to our apoapsis so we can return back home. Only 5 more minutes to that. But the cool thing is since we have now reached orbit, Valentina is a 1-star pilot, and she can hold to retrograde, and when we need to fire to return home, she'll have a lot more control, which is always appreciated. So let's go ahead and come up to our apoapsis. Fortunately, this is all the time and space we are going to spend. As much as I would love to do a full orbit around the planet, you know, I just don't want to risk her life support running out or something happening with it. So let's go ahead and just get her back home. But the cool thing is that probe is going to be in orbit, and hopefully it'll have enough battery charge to communicate and transfer signal, and then hopefully we can control more probes in the future. But let's go ahead and fire. 40 kilometers is a decent amount. It's a decent return. Fortunately, I feel like we're going to end up coming in on the night side. Hmm. I'd like to actually come in on the light side, so let's do a different maneuver. It's a little risky. All right, we got ourselves back into orbit. And now we're going to pull ourselves just ever so slightly out of orbit. All right. So the goal here is to actually get to the other side of the planet and then do our return burn there. But worst case scenario, if we run out of fuel, because we only got the 5% left, we are still underneath the Kármán line. We are still in the atmosphere. It may take a few passes. Hopefully she won't die, but it may take a few passes, but we will return no matter what. We're coming back. So that is good. Let's go ahead and go forward until we reach a periapsis. We're going to point ourselves retrograde. Saying goodbye to the sunlight. Three minutes to periapsis. There we are, and we are now in the atmosphere, 69. So let's go ahead and fire. Bring our apoapsis down as best as possible. And that is all she wrote. That is all of our fuel. Oh, man. Well, the good news is we're not going to be killing Valentina Kármán today. Or we're not going to be losing her in space today, I should say. Everything else is yet to be accounted for. But let's go ahead and get our cameras up. We're going to stage our lower fuel tank and engine. Get that camera up there. Attitude here. We are pointing SAS on, pointing retrograde. And we're coming back in. We'll see how much altitude we lose in coming back in, but I have a feeling we're going to have to hit at least another pass. That's cool. I'm glad we made that maneuver because I would have much rather landed in the daylight, being able to see. There we go. Okay, so our periapsis is now 52 and dropping, and our apoapsis has now switched spots. So we actually will probably be coming in on this pass alone. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Pretty soon we're going to get some heating effects going. Periapsis is 42 and dropping. Fortunately, we weren't able to do any science during this time, but honestly, that would have been just a whole other aspect to this mission that just would give it cause to fail. This, in all of our tests, this just barely squeaked past contract, barely got into orbit, barely left orbit, and the fact that we barely left orbit now in the final run did not prove very comforting. So glad to see that we are coming home. As long as our parachute doesn't rip up, we'll be good. All Valentina can do is hold on to her seat and hope everything goes well. Ooh, that heating effect is fun. We have temperatures right here of our pod temperature. We got to make sure that that doesn't get into the red. Not that there's anything we can do. Ooh, and with that, our heating effect has stopped. Looks like we're in the grasslands somewhere. Oh, flying over Kerbal's deserts. Interesting. We may be able to get picked up relatively quickly. All right, so as we pass through the cloud layer, we hear the thunderstorm below us. Let's go ahead and stage our final stage, which is our parachutes. As we come down backwards, very rapidly approaching the ground. Oh, that warning was not nice. But our parachute has fully deployed, it looks like. And we are now heading at about 7 meters per second, which is nice and safe. Getting a little bit of rain on the cockpit window, which is nice. Have to see how far away from the KSC we are. Turned off SAS and it turned us upside down. Can I unbuckle from my? Yeah, I can unbuckle from my seat. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, this is so much fun. This is so much better. Look at that. Oh, I love it. First person view. You get so many fun things. Oh, 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 and there we are. Plane landing for dummies. We got it. KSC, Valentina here. We have successfully came back to the planet soil and requesting pickup. Not bad. Very, very close to where we wanted to be. Ah, look at those contracts. All right, let's get back to the KSC and get our rewards. All right, so we actually did get some science from that. 10 points just for recovering the vessel that had been in orbit. So that's pretty nice. And Valentina got her 1 star. And plenty of ribbons, flying horizontally at Mach 3 below 30,000. Any speed record greater than 100 meters per second. Completing 5 or more contracts. Oh yeah, 5 contracts in one flight, yeah. Being the first Kerbal to orbit around Kerbin, and completing any exceptional contract. Love it. So now, as you see up here, we have 281,000, which is a much nicer number. I feel a lot more confident in our abilities to move forward with that and to do the things we want to do, even if a contract may or may not require it. So, but I'm going to leave that in the next episode. But we're going to do one thing before we close out, and that is to upgrade our launch pad, just so that way we don't forget to do that next time, because dealing with that tonnage limit was not fun. And if we're going to be doing more contracts, like I think we're going to probably attempt this one pretty soon to create a network for Kerbal, because we're going to need that satellite network. We may even do some ScanSat contracts soon as well. We got a lot more plane missions. Anyways, we have a lot of contracts that we can grab, but we'll look at that in the next episode. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. I am so excited to continue our progress. I'm so excited to race against the third-person perspective. I really feel that we have a little bit of a leg up in the first-person perspective just because we can have so many cooler moments and awe-inspiring, death-defying feats done by the astronauts themselves, as opposed to just the third-person perspective of the agency. It's the Astronaut Simulator that I enjoy. But anyways, that's where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more POV. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KSP, POV, and the Janus Project. Today we are right here on the launch pad with a funny looking vehicle, but something that may be a little familiar if you've seen last Monday's KXP, and that is the Science Crawler version 1, but this is one we built ourselves. We didn't take from their vehicle file, decided to use jet plane engines instead of the rocket engine in the back. But more or less the same structure and capabilities, but also armed with a camera because this is POV, and of course we are going to be piloting this. Jebediah is in the cockpit. We're starting off right now just right on the track. We don't need that. Right on the tracking station, or the launch pad, right off the bat, because we're going to just spend as little time as possible getting the science we need to push forward, because we've got big plans for today's mission. Alright, so we've got quite a bit to grab right off the launch pad. Nice to see. Don't need atmospheric pressure scan or the temperature. Mystery goes good. Magnetometer, all of that is great. As we see there, our magnetometer boom is sticking straight up, so we will be a little awkwardly balanced as we go along, but nonetheless we should be fine. We're gonna have to get out at every biome and take the data from the capsule, because we do a crew report. We don't want our crew reports overriding each other, and we're gonna try to bring this up here, and we're gonna take an EVA report, 2.4 science. So pretty easy, not too bad, nothing to be afraid of, except for the fact that from now on we're going to be doing that while the craft is moving. So Jebediah, hold on to your pants, and let's get started. Okay, we're going to bring up the ship logs, because that's going to tell us which biome we are in. Unfortunately, this is as far down as I can move my camera. I can't zoom in any further, and I don't think there's any seat controls in this one. Nope. Alright, nonetheless, let's get started. Got our jet engines on, powered up, and then we're going to power them down so they don't push us going too fast, although we do need some more power to get down the ramp. There we go, okay. Kill that. Throw the brakes on a little bit. Okay, we're gonna have to do this fast. Crawler way. Keep. Oh, hey Jeb. Keep. Get out on that. Take the data. EVA report. Didn't need it. Get back on board. Get into our seat. Whew. Alright, fast maneuvering. Alright, so now once we get into, let's throw on our brakes a little bit. Once we get into the VAB grounds, do the same thing, VAB. But we did come to a stop. We'll take advantage of that. Take the data. EVA report. Nice. Board. Alright. Back on it. We're going to head over to the tracking station next. Oh, don't hit that. Okay, good. Our side wheels came in handy. Tracking station. Huh. I never knew that there was a key to do that. That's pretty fun, actually. EVA report. Board. Okay, we do not want to go off the edge. Please don't go off the edge. Jebediah, what are you doing? Oh no, Jebediah, no! Well, here we are in the desert. Might as well do one here. Nope. Jebediah, how you doing? Alive? Safe and sound? Good to see. Well, unfortunately, that may be where our science trip ends. We'll probably put this out one more time on the launch pad, get some more of that science, but try not to fall off. I'll see you then. Or we'll just cut afterwards. But yeah, we learned the hard way in our testing that the KSC is a little higher than one may have thought. Anyways, see you soon. And there we go. Final destination reached. And all the science grabbed that we... Well, oh, hold on. Now all the science that we can have grabbed. Let's go ahead and grab Jebediah and bring him home. Alright, so that netted us a whopping 83 science, bringing us to 254. Jebediah getting a ribbon for researching 400 or more science, making Bob super jealous that he got that before him. But you know what? That's what happens when you have untested, experimental jet plane rovers, basically. And we can't risk our scientists there. Jebediah is crazy enough to do it, so we'll take him. Anyways, with that 254 science, we are going to head right into research and development and spend our hard-earned cash. Now, we've already gotten the very important propulsion systems that gives us the Terrier, as well as heavy rocketry, which gives us the Reliant and the Swivel. Now we have enough to adequately get into orbit. I'm pretty happy with that. So we have some more things that are important, and this will lead into what I plan on doing with the remainder of the episode and with our program in today's journey. So first and foremost, we are going to want flight control, because this gives us access to the Corvus command pod. Now this is the first real command pod we have access to, given the fact that we are playing with the unkerbal start, which means that our typical command pods are somewhere in this general vicinity. So let's go ahead and grab that for now. I want to work with a command pod soon. That doesn't give us that. Yeah, see here, the simple command module. But this has unresearched technical requirements, which I believe is this enhanced survivability. So let's go ahead and grab that. Now we do have access to the small re-entry pods, which gives us the onion model. I've never actually utilized any of the onions before, or any of these spherical command modules. I typically always go for the Mach 1 command, but maybe we will try to save some of our money or some of our science and unlock that. But ultimately, I want life support. Life support is going to bring us closer to Kerbal exploration as opposed to probes. This is all good too. This is science and stuff we can bring down to the surface of things. Autopilot for rovers. Miniaturization is going to be important because this has micro relay antennas and the Communitron DTS M1, and these are going to be important because that will give us proper communication satellite network, because these have a range of 2 million meters, and these have a range of 50 million meters. So we're going to take that one right now. So that leaves us with 74, not enough to grab the Mach 1 command pod, unfortunately. I do enjoy utilizing that as soon as possible, but maybe we will grab the small reentry module for the 22, since we can afford it, and that is, oh, we can afford that as well. Alright, yeah. Let us get the onion reentry module. That leaves us with enough to grab the general construction. That's important because it gives us access to better fuel tanks, better decouplers, a few storage containers, and some parts of the links, which will be good. Oh, and that gives us struts. Okay, that's actually a really good find. Docking port junior, soft shell liquid fuel tank, stack tricoupler. This is actually a really good grab. Oh, and we have enough to grab custom fuel tanks, which is some monopropellant, and mainly the monopropellant is what we're going to use that for. So let's grab that. Don't really need that. Fuel systems is going to be important because that gives us the external fuel duct, which will revolutionize our space travel. Landing gear, obviously, is going to be important if we want to land anywhere. So we are now in the 90 stage where everything is crucial. But we don't have enough science anywhere near us to grab that. I was thinking about possibly taking a flight out to the desert, or excuse me, out to the polar region, and collecting some science there, because that's just a decent jaunt over as long as we have a plane that has enough fuel. But then I got to thinking, KXP was saying that it would be too risky of a maneuver to do a flyby of the MUN without a proper communications network, that losing control via remote tech is yeah, see, that's what I said. Thank you, Thunder. That remote tech would make it impossible, and then they scoffed and said, I'd like to see you try. So you know what? I would like to see us try as well. After much discussion with the board of the Janus project, they have agreed to allow us to pursue this administration strategy right here, the MUN program, and that is because this was never meant to be a probes before Kerbal's mentality. If we want to pursue and aggressively get these milestones, then that is our prerogative. We just have to accept the risks that come with it. So that being said, because KXP decided to taunt us and say that they'd like to see us try, well, watch this. So for that, we will get plus 400% funds to gain the milestones for this. If we do any other contracts from this, we're going to get significantly less money for that, and increases the likelihood of receiving contracts, but that doesn't matter. What we need to do is plant a flag on the MUN, and what that means is that we have to plant Kerbal boots on the MUN, because probes can't plant those flags. So, you know, as much as it'd be nice to land a probe and start off simple, gather our science, get better things, we're going to just aggressively pursue it. So let's build a rocket that can do a flyby. We're not going to be able to land today. That is just too big of a challenge, but we will be doing a flyby, and with the successful deployment of the probe that was in the last episode. I think we're going to try to do that again. We're going to leave a probe in orbit as we pass by and get ourselves maybe some maps on there. We'll see what we can do. But anyways, I'm excited to show you what we've built. Alright, so here we are in the VAB. I'm going to go down the line of the craft as we built it, but this is the result of a lot of planning and testing, tweaking and retries, but I'm pretty happy with what we came out with. So let me show you. We've got this probe on top, probe core with some solar panels and a three-way symmetry, tons of battery, communitrons, DTS, M1s, and those have a 50 millimeter range of communication, so hopefully we should have enough to communicate with Kerbal, even though we don't have a good enough, we don't have any other satellites in orbit outside of that first one. Hopefully this can connect to mission control. But beyond that, we also have the R3B radar altimeter, which will scan that for ScanSat, and the MS1 multispectral scanner, which will do the multispectral scan for that. And those are in the missions that we picked up right before we got started: low resolution altimetry and a multispectral ScanSat. So that's what this is. We're going to drop this off in a polar orbit as we do our flyby. We're going to program in the maneuver that it needs into remote tech, and then hopefully we'll be able to switch to it when it needs to do its maneuver, and we'll get this thing into an orbit and scanning, and we'll leave it up there, and hopefully these communitrons will act well enough to be the relay, our first relay on the MUN. Now moving down into the crewed section, we've got the Onion reentry module that we just recently unlocked, the one-seater capsule that is essentially its own heat shield. However, we did put a heat shield here on the bottom because we have, as you see here, kind of clipped into it, we've got the experiment return unit, and that automatically collects the science from the craft and puts it into this singular part. So the idea is that we're going to collect the science from these. We're going to bring a pilot instead of a scientist, and so we're going to collect the science from here, and then discard this lower stage upon reentry. So only the heat shield, the experiment return unit, and the Onion reentry module will come back with us. So beyond that, we've got a bunch of batteries, a bunch of solar panels. Mentioned here, we've got all the experiments that we can do. We also have these life support hex cans on there. As you see here, we have a maximum of about 39 days worth of that. You know, come to think of it, I feel like we could do with more. So let's put on 3 here. 108 days, and we'll put on 3 of the waste cans, and that gives us quite a bit, actually more, but that's okay because those are empty, so it doesn't really add a lot of weight to it. The supplies are actually what adds the weight, but nonetheless, we now have a lot more margin of error to work with in getting our Kerbal home, because after all, we are using TAC life support. So moving down, we've got a couple separatrons and 1 unit of a TAC self-destruct X1100 onto our very large Tundra tank with the VL90 Octopus liquid fuel engine. This is from the Tundra mod. I believe that's near future or something like that, but something great that we unlocked. That engine itself has thrust away, kilonewtons thrust of 1443 kilonewtons. So this in and of itself is going to be able to get us into orbit, hopefully push forward a little bit farther towards the MUN, and then these separatrons will get it away from the top part of the craft and the tac explosives will make sure that it's no longer space trash. But this is the MUN Flyby V1, and today we are hoping to take the milestone of a crewed flyby of the MUN, as well as the first probe in orbit of the MUN. So, yeah, let's get started. So here we are once again on the launch pad at the proving grounds. The engineers for some reason decided to build the rocket very high on the launch clamps, but nonetheless it should have no problem taking off today. We've got a great thrust to weight ratio. The clouds threaten some bad weather on the KSC, but we are in no fear because we'll be far above them before that happens. So let's go ahead and hop in the cockpit. Jebediah Kerman is the one in charge today. Pilot, 0-star pilot, will be getting his wings and his ribbons, as he is the first Kerbal. We don't need that light on. As he is the first Kerbal to fly by the MUN, see it with his own eyes, and even be close enough to lean down and scoop some of that dust. Alright, so we're going to put our cams up here and our Delta D stats up there. Let's get our SAS on, our warnings on. And we are using the KSA IVA mod. And that is giving us all of our screens. We can keep an eye on our... Ooh, thunder is great. You can keep an eye on our life support over here, so that's pretty good. Alright, I think we should take off before we get electrocuted. Alright, so throttle up, SAS on, and fire. Alright, holding pretty steady. Gonna slowly tilt ourselves so that way we're lined up eastward. And we're at a little over 200 meters per second. We're just going to tilt slightly over. We've got some SRBs on the side, so they're just going to burn until they burn out, which is going to lift us high enough that our other engine will be quite efficient. And then they burned out, so let's stage them. And they were equipped with some parachutes, so hopefully we'll be able to recover them and not have the loss of those parts. Only the loss of the money with the fuel. We are starting to flip over incredibly. Jebediah is not a pilot who can lock to prograde, so he's gonna have to fly by the seat of his pants. Okay. And once again, we are good. Whew. That was a risky maneuver, Jeb. Full 360 flip, but we are now holding more or less. I don't know what that was. Maybe I was just moving too quickly, or... Yeah, in all my test flights... See, the problem is I test flew with Valentina, because a lot of the time I wanted to see how I would get to orbit, and I needed the locked prograde that she had available, testing to get this thing to the MUN. But once we get into orbit, then Jebediah will have the access to locked prograde. But until then, we had to fly by the seat of our pants. So let's actually give ourselves a little bit more height. There's no problem with that. Alright, so now we are going to use MechJeb to circularize at the next apoapsis. Alright, our altitude is just about to pass the Kármán line. There we go. So let's go ahead and use remote tech to plot in our maneuver. There we go. So we're slowly tilting down towards our maneuver node, and if all goes according to plan, it will burn all that it needs to bring us into a nice, solid, stable orbit, well above the Kármán line. And with only 25 seconds to go to the apoapsis, we burn with a thrust to weight ratio of almost 4 and rising. Delta V of 1,300 necessary to circularize. So we should be doing pretty good. We'll have a little bit of fuel left to push us towards the Mun. Maybe not. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Yep. I'm definitely reading that wrong. What happened there? Okay, thank you, ground proximity. Oh. Okay, this is not going according to plan. Okay, we are high enough in our altitude that we're not in danger of falling just yet. Or I should say re-entering the atmosphere just yet. We are indeed falling. That's the goal. Okay, so our periapsis is rising. Tapping ever so slightly one way and the other, trying to keep myself aligned with that prograde marker. No way of locking to it just yet, not until we're in orbit. And our periapsis is in the positives. Our apoapsis is going up pretty high as well. I don't exactly love that, but we are almost in orbit. There we go. Now we are in orbit. Okay, well, we're gonna have to deal with that apoapsis for now, but let's get our SAS on. Haha, yes, Jebediah is now a 1-star pilot. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, well, we used up some of the fuel in here that I was hoping to not have to use, but nonetheless, we should still have enough for this mission. So let's go ahead and do our main deploy, and that extends the solar panels there. But we can actually go ahead and deploy our satellite, solar panels, and communication dishes as well. There's no harm in doing that right now. Alright, we're going to turn our ground proximity warning back on. And go set up a maneuver for the Mun, plot it in, and then go from there. Whew, almost didn't make it to orbit. Alright, so let's go ahead and set that as the target. I was almost at a spot that if I just kept burning, I would have intercepted possibly. If I had more fuel in my lower stage, then I could have done that. But nonetheless, here we are with a maneuver that's looking pretty good. So now we want to come in on a polar orbit for our let's just take this for now. Yeah, let's take this for now. It's a little higher than I want it to be, but we can always do mid-course correction later. No, let's see if we can fix it. I want to be able to, we're going to be using most of our fuel for this, so I want to get it right. Okay, we're just gonna go with that, and see what that can give us. We are really playing it really risky right now with our fuel, given how much we've gotten through. But I feel like we're kind of on a collision course with destiny. Jebediah, I hope you live a better fate than the last season. But we're gonna go ahead and plot in that maneuver. And that is going to bring us into a polar flyby of the Mun, much higher up than we'd like to be, because I want to snag the space, low space science. So we're going to say goodbye to Kerbal for now. Or, excuse me, we're going to get ready to say goodbye to Kerbal. Line up our engines with the maneuver. Whew. Can you tell that I'm nervous? I completely lost track of what I'm doing, but this is not going according to how the simulations have gone. We now have a bit less, not a lot, but a bit less fuel than we did in the simulations, and I think it has to do with the added life support. Whew. Okay, and with that, our burn is complete. Let's go ahead and check the map. Not great. Let's go ahead. Let's try to do a mid-course correction that's not too far away from the KSC, because we're going to want to continue our connection for this next part. So below 60 meters is low space. I'm going to bring it down to about 47 meters. That's going to put us in this high orbit here. I want to see if... I'm going to think I'm going to try to transfer some of the fuel from our crafts before separating. I think that might be wise. Let's go ahead and plot this maneuver in. Hop back into the cockpit. Now we can get ready to say goodbye to Kerbal. And just a quick 2-second burn is enough for us. Let's see, our closest approach is at 43 kilometers. That is below the 60 necessary. Good enough. I'd like to transfer fuel. Is there a way that I can do that through here? I don't think so. I'm going to... Where are we? Float that way. Okay. I'm going to take the executive decision to go into third person here just to transfer a little bit of our fuel from one tank to the other. Oh, except we can't. Never mind. Well, there is no way of transferring fuel. So, this mission's going well. Alright, so we don't have a lot of fuel in order to get back home with, and we have no way of taking any of the fuel from our probe stage. It has all this fuel, it doesn't even need half of that. Unfortunate. Alright, so let's turn our SAS back on, point ourselves retrograde. There we go. Okay, now comes phase 2 of our operations, and that is to separate our probe. Hopefully it still has communication. And that was command mission control telling us that we can switch on over. Whew, okay, so once again in the probe control room. We've got only one camera, which is pointed forwards. Got SAS control. We do not have access to prograde or retrograde, it seems like, but we do have remote tech control, remote tech signal, which is great. We're going to need that. So let's go ahead and get ourselves working here. Go into map mode. It's okay for us to do. We're going to plot a mid-course maneuver. It's going to be very close to us. That's going to bring us up to 177 kilometers above the surface. All right, that's perfect. 5-second burn. So let's see. Do we have a thrust limiter here? Fortunately, we do not. So we're going to just let remote tech handle it, and hopefully it can handle such a tiny burn like that. We are fully extended. Our communications and our solar panels are perfectly aligned, which is nice. But we don't have our ScanSat running at the moment. It'll take a lot of battery to use that. I want to get that on when it's in position. So we're going to have to try to pre-program it to turn on once we set up our orbital maneuver. But for now, let's go ahead and time warp our way to the maneuver and go from there. Thankfully, we still have communication. That was a quick enough burn. Let's go ahead and see. Transfer the MUN. All right, targeting. So our closest approach, nice, 176. That is what I like to see. Let's go ahead and oh, MechJeb's not on there. So let's get MechJeb up on here. We're gonna have it circularize at the next periapsis, and that should give us a maneuver out there. Let's go ahead and check it on the map. No, that is not correct. Okay, well, that's good. So yeah, MechJeb isn't always the best for autoplot sometimes, so we're just gonna go do it via the map mode. There, yeah, see, this has 2,800 meters delta V. We could have absolutely spared like half of that, if not more, and have been fine. Ugh. This mission. I really hope we can get Jebediah home. Okay, so let's plot in this maneuver, and that's going to happen in 1 day, 3 hours, and 45 minutes. Now, I also want our ScanSat to turn on, but I don't want to turn it on now, so I'm going to go down here to the delay and signal. I'm going to type in 1D3H45 and press enter. Oh, whoops, 45S. There we go. You know what, let's make that 46S. Oh, not S. M. There we go. 1 day, 3 hour, 46 minutes. So 2 minutes after this maneuver, we are going to come out here. Let's just do it in this view just so no problems happen, because I know it works here. So we are going to press the 3 button, and that is action group number 3. So hopefully, if all goes according to plan, this will... Oh, and then let's also hit it with retrograde. Okay. So we plotted this into remote tech, and so now hopefully this will do all of that automatically. It'll turn on the scan sats, and that will start running, and then it's after a short period of time we should have a map of the MUN, which will be great. We do want to, however, put on an alarm clock here. Oh, and before we let's cancel out, get a 0-second delay in case we need to do anything right now. Alright, so we're going to add this new alarm in the Kerbal alarm clock for 1 day, 3 hours, 42 minutes, which is roughly the time of the maneuver. There we go. So in 37 minutes, so a little bit further on before remote tech would warn us, it's going to let us know, hey, this is going to need a maneuver, so we're going to go ahead and switch back to the craft to circularize. But for now, let's go ahead and close that, and switch back over to our craft if we can. Yep, we are still close enough. Wow. And we're still within 2,000 meters of the little probe, so that's fun. Don't know where it's at, but now it is time for us to get our Kerbal ready. We're going to want to do some science low in space here. So we're going to need to act quickly. Oh, there's our remote tech satellite. And we're going to be coming in at 50 kilometers above the surface. Alright, so nothing left to do except time warp our way closer to the MUN. And with that, we kill our time warp. We are now in the sphere of influence of the MUN. Oh, that's a much clearer camera. Nice. But that means we can do our first amount of science. So let's go ahead and collect the science high in space. Alright, 12 science from that, 10 from the crew report, 16... 24, 16, 8, 50. Ooh, nice 50 right for that. Alright, we are going to be coming home with quite a bit of science, but the job is not done. Let's go ahead and unbuckle ourselves from our seat. Jebediah, you trained to do this earlier today. Let's go ahead and go out on EVA. Okay, be still my heart as we let go of the ladder. Get ourselves our RCS pack and get ready to do some science. Alright, let's do an EVA report first for 16, and then we are going to do... Oh no! Oh, the extra science... Oh, that was going to be some good science. Oh well. We didn't bring our science experiments, our EVA science experiments. There's the mun. Shoot. Jebediah was going to pretend to be a scientist as he spun a nut in a circle, but I guess we will not. Excuse me? Excuse me? What was that maneuver? Thank you very much. Get back aboard, Jebediah. Stop screwing around. Whew, that was a little nerve-wracking. Oof, alright. Get back into our seat. We're going to point ourselves retrograde once again. Pointed towards the mun. We're going to time warp our way closer, and then hopefully our alarm clock won't go off before we're back inside the capsule. So let's go. Alright, we need to kill it at about 59 kilometers above the surface. That's when we can start doing everything. And we should be good to regain control of our probe from there. And then this will say just above the mun. Alright, coming in 200 kilometers. Alright, let's slow down time warp a little bit. Waited on bated breath. 66. Alright, we're going to kill time warp entirely. We're nice. We're retrograde once again. 60. And there we go. Space just above mun. Let's go ahead and collect all of the previous science. Let's do space low above the mun. Nice. 18, 15, 24, 36, 24, 12, 75. Wonderful. All right, let's go ahead, unbuckle yet again, go on EVA. We're going to take the data, which is the crew report that we just had. We're going to do some EVA science from space just above the mun. Technically, we're done here. We can just board, but Jebediah is reckless after all. He's going to take just a second to get a shot for posterity in the space low above the mun of his craft. Look at that spacewalk. First Kerbal spacewalk in space above the mun. How's that for milestone, KXP? Alright, let's go ahead and get back in our craft. Because we have a date with Destiny on our probe core. Come on. Come on, Jeb. You got this. Okay, maybe you don't got this. Whew, there we go. I knew you got that. I never doubted you. Nobody could prove that I doubted you. Alright, let's go ahead and point ourselves retrograde. And we do have that maneuver. So let's go ahead and jump to the ship, restore the maneuver node, as it says. Okay, so we dilly-dallied past our maneuver. Oh wait, no we didn't. Okay, that's good enough. We still have remote tech signal. We can go ahead and get rid of our Kerbal on clock. Thank you very much. You did us wonderfully. We still have remote tech signal, so we can actually plot in this maneuver without a problem. Oh, it's still plotted in. Perfect. Everything is plotted in. So, I have no doubt that we're going to be able to do our maneuver. It seems like we would have even had signal on the dark side, so that's good to see. There is our vessel. Extra cams don't really show us much, but maybe eventually they will. So there is nothing left to do except for time warp our way to the maneuver and then watch it execute. Shouldn't you be executing? Well, I'm just going to execute this manually since we have control. And with an apoapsis below the 250 limit, go ahead and SAS on. SAS on, point ourselves retrograde. Can we get rid of that maneuver? Yeah. Remove the node, thank you. Point yourselves retrograde. Does not want to do that. Oh, we don't have the ability of pointing retrograde. Okay. Well, we can do it this way. Actually, no, we want to point ourselves prograde. Bring up our periapsis a little bit. So as long as we're below 250 and above 70 kilometers, we should be good. Let's go ahead and do action group 3. And that should, I believe, make it so our scan sets are running. We're going to hop out of IVA mode and just right click on these just to prove whether or not they are. No, they are not. So that action group didn't work. But let's go ahead and start the scan. And we will start that scan. Alright, so it only works when the surface is in daylight. So that's going to take a little bit. These both are going to take a little bit, actually. Yeah, see, we have 0% of 75 and 0% of 75. So this will take a little bit to produce some results, but I'm highly confident that it will be able to handle the job. And we may even have enough Delta V to send this over to Kerbal, maybe get some results from that as well. But let's go ahead and hop back to our other craft, which is currently on an escape trajectory out of the MUN. Oh, and it looks like we are actually on an escape trajectory out of Kerbal if we're not careful. Shoot. Okay, so if we do that, we only have 278 meters per second in Delta V to work with. So we're gonna have to plot this accordingly because this is gonna be a close one. Photo finish, everybody. Alright. Alright. If we do this maneuver here, burns off all of our fuel and drops our periapsis down to 43 kilometers, but it also rounds out our orbit, so we are no longer going to be on an escape trajectory. And with periapsis within the atmosphere, that means it may take several passes, but we will come back down. And considering that I've made it on one single pass at a 42 kilometer periapsis from Minmus orbit, I believe it'll just take us the one. So, and we may even land on the light side, so I'm pretty happy with this maneuver. Let's go ahead and plot that in to remote tech. Hop back into cockpit. What is that? Well, that's fun. Let us go ahead and time warp our way to the maneuver. So not that there's anything we can do about it, but as we leave the sphere of influence of the Mun, let's take a quick look at our life supplies. Alright. Looking pretty good. We did have, what was it, 100 days worth of supplies, somewhere around there? It's anywhere between 60 to 100 days, so as long as we don't escape Kerbal, as long as we make this last minute, this is basically our suicide burn. As long as we make this maneuver, we'll be coming home, and it won't matter how much life supplies are left over. Alright, let's go ahead and time warp our way there. Leaving the Mun. Leaving our probe satellite friend behind. Okay. And time warp kills. So that means 3 minutes to our maneuver. Let's go ahead and time warp yet again. And there we go. Burn, burn, burn. What's our periapsis gonna be? We are no longer on an escape trajectory. That's good. Periapsis. Come on. Come on, below the atmosphere, below the atmosphere, below the atmosphere. Yes. 44 kilometers. Beautiful. Okay, Jebediah Kerman will be coming back home today. Alright, get SAS back on. Point ourselves retrograde. We're going to also remove the maneuver. And nothing left to do but time warp forward. We do need to make sure that we don't overshoot our target, though. Okay, we're going to slow it down a little bit there. And once we hit a million meters, we're going to slow it down yet again. Alright, slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Alright, 250 kilometers of the surface. That will do nicely. So, let's, can we point any of the other directions? No, we can't. Nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and collect all the science, make sure we get everything that we came and worked hard for. Now, it is going to be scary. We are going to be letting go of our life support, and all that will remain is what is on our craft. but I'm pretty confident in our return trajectory. So nothing else left to do. Let's go ahead and stage off that lower section. Stage off that lower section. Oh, okay. All right. Let's pause that. Whew. That's fun. Well, why aren't you turning retrograde? Oh no, do we not have a reaction wheel in this? Well, that is unfortunate. However, this onion module is meant to be, the entire thing is a heat shield, so I think no matter what direction we come in at, I think we'll be okay. Hopefully. I mean, there's nothing else to do but learn the hard way, so let's go ahead and time warp until we hit the surface of the atmosphere. There we go. Do we have a heat gauge here? It does not look like it, so we'll just keep an eye on that. Maybe, alright, so we're starting to rotate towards retrograde, which is good. We do have a heat shield there, so you can see our apoapsis is coming down significantly fast. Oh, some thunderstorms there. And the heating effect is in full effect. Oof, and we're not even time warped. Oh, we can see our lower stage coming back in through the atmosphere as well. The re-entry effects mod that I added, I'm not sure which one. Maybe I'll put on the window right here if editing me feels like looking it up, but that one has been quite nice. I've really enjoyed how much it adds to the ambiance of this game and the realism, and the fact that we can even see that on a whole cam's VDS is pretty great. Alright, so our altitude is dropping significantly. We are now below our periapsis, and our apoapsis is about to be under the Kármán line. We are coming home nicely. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Oh, and with that, heat, ground proximity. Okay, that's good. Not a heat warning. I'm not concerned. Alright, ground proximity warning though means that we are going to be hitting the surface, so hopefully once this heating effect gets rid of, or once we get rid of this heating effect, we'll be able to stage our parachutes. Alright, coming down retrograde. Looks like color is coming back to us. We are 32 kilometers above the surface, which is nice. We have yet to see the safe to deploy sign, and as we see here, our staging says the same, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. We'll keep an eye on this, and we'll deploy our parachutes respectively. So we're going to time warp our way. We are going to come in on the dark side, unfortunately. We'll time warp our way down a little bit lower. Our parachutes are now safe to deploy, but maybe we'll stage them at about 10 kilometers above the surface there, because I know that no parachute, or nothing's higher than that. So let's go ahead and arm our chute. There they go. And just to make sure everything's going according to plan, we'll just slap our stage button. But our relative velocity, vertical velocity, is going pretty fast, so our parachutes have not opened yet. We can do vessel view, see that there they are. We don't need to have SAS on anymore. Oh, I think this may be it, everybody. We are coming back home. Starting to slow down a bit. 4.5 kilometers above the surface. 3 kilometers. Heart's racing a little bit. We have the ability to parachute, but then we'll lose all the science, and I don't particularly want that. Still going fairly fast. Our chute has not opened. What are we above? Flying over the water, so that's nice. Alright. Parachute has deployed 700 meters above the surface. We are now traveling at a safe velocity. Oh, everybody, I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it after all. Gonna time warp our way down. 500 meters. 400. 300. 250. 200. 150. 100. Kill our time warp as we reach 58. I'm so excited, everybody. Go ahead and turn on our deck lights. Oh, we can see the water approaching. And successful splashdown. Jebediah Kerman. You rascal, you. All we had was oxygen. Everything else was depleted. So if we did not make it in our first pass, there was a good chance we wouldn't have made it. So go ahead and call yourself home. And we'll see ya at the KSC. And with that very ominous music, it looks like we didn't get any of the science from that flyby. All we gained was the recovery of a vessel. I'm quite perturbed about that because we did have a collections ability. Oh no. It got jettisoned when I went through all those stages. I jettisoned our collection capsule. No. I'll search the tracking station, search the world, see if maybe it came up, landed safely. But for now, Jebediah Kerman, enjoy your 1-star pilot status because that was legendary. That was a milestone that we earned successfully. You know, the fact that we lost the science is not your fault. It's not our fault. It's no one's fault except for the fact that the Onion reentry module has a staging aspect to it, and I thought the stages was collected underneath it. But regardless, we got some good reputation from that, and we are getting ready to pursue more MUN missions in the next episode. But Jebs in the Final Frontier mission summary got completed for a significant contract, for 5 or more contracts, EVA in 0 atmosphere around the MUN, any speed greater than 100 meters per second, and orbiting around Kerbal, since that was his first time. Let's go ahead and clear up the debris on the launch pad. We got quite a bit of funds from that because we completed quite a few contracts. I'm pretty excited about that. We didn't get a lot of science, but we did get enough to unlock one thing, which we will be looking at next time. But I will be doing that in the next episode. I'm not sure where we're going to go from here. We are going to, again, pursue the MUN program, which is a crewed vessel landing on the MUN. We've yet to see what the KSP people will do. The lunar lander program with the probes is actually a little bit more lucrative because you gain a lot more science in the completion of it, and you don't risk Kerbals in the process. However, not sure what they will do and what they will pursue, but I'm excited to see that over the weekend. Well, everyone, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back to KSP POV. In the last episode we did a flyby of the Mun. Jebediah Kerman was the first Kerbal in the Janus project to EVA outside of the Mun. However, all the science that he had worked hard for in that entire trip ended up getting jettisoned off at the last moment, so we ended up with just a minimal amount of science from that whole endeavor. So we are out now currently behind in the space race as far as technology wise. On Friday, KXP showed off their pretty impressive technology. However, it just goes to show, if you did catch that episode, then you know how that mission went out. But if you didn't, then all I have to say is it just goes to show that landing on the Mun is not the simplest of tasks, and in Kerbal Space Program, it's pretty impressive when you can get it, and it just reminds you how impressive it is when we can do this in the real world. But we are going to be just jumping in real fast, doing a quick mission, doing that flyby once again, this time with Valentina Kerman in the cockpit. But before we go, we're going to unlock this KV-2P reentry module, which most importantly now has 2 seats available, because when we go to the Mun, when we finally land on the Mun, we're going to want to have more than one Kerbal. We're going to want a pilot and a scientist at the very least. So let's go ahead and test that. Even though we don't need 2 Kerbals aboard for the flyby, we're going to grab it and integrate it into the previous rocket from the previous episode, and we're going to bring Bob along as well. So I'll meet you out on the launch pad. Alright, so here we are on the launch pad with the same rocket as before. The only changes that we made is we upgraded the command capsule for the Kerbals, and we took off the scanning tech because we are not going to put this in the polar orbit like we did in the last episode, but rather this is just going to be a generalized ComSat for us going forward. So we'll be putting that in an equatorial orbit. But anyways, let's go ahead and hop in the cockpit. We are joined, once again, Valentina Kerman is joined by there he is, by Bob Kerman, scientist. Let's go ahead and get all of our stuff activated and we'll be on our way. Guess that's all Bob really has access to. Alright. SAS on. Let's see, we'll get our warnings up. To here. Keep an eye on our cameras there. We'll keep an eye on... Oh, you know what? Let's put our orbit up here. There we go. Alright, not too many screens to work with, but it'll do. I like that we've got kind of a little window to look through there, viewing port. And our way out of the capsule is right there, pretty easy. So I guess without further ado, we're gonna want the instrument lights on. We'll turn on our clock. Yeah, so without further ado, let's go ahead and full throttle up. SAS is on. Get permission from ground control. Thank you very much, and where is the stage button? Where's the stage button? There's the engine button. Well, unfortunately, there is no stage button. That's so weird. So, oh, there it is. There it is. Just inconveniently all the way up there. Okay, ready and fire. Once again, we're at a weird angle. Gonna rotate. And we're probably gonna skip through some of this launch, and I'll see you when we're a little bit closer on our way to orbit, unless anything happens. I'll see you soon. Okay, well that's no good. But it did flip last time as well. Oh, come on, bring yourself up. Bring yourself up. Bring yourself up. There we go. We'll just kind of keep ourselves stably up. Okay, what's our apoapsis looking like? Okay, this is a very unstable rocket. I didn't do any tests with it after making the changes, so it's not ideal right now. Alright, we're regaining our altitude. Alright, our apoapsis is almost out of the Kármán line. How much resources do we have? We're running out. Alright, with an apoapsis above 100, we'll go ahead and kill that. Let's plot in circularization burn at the next apoapsis. And we're going to go ahead and plot that in with remote tech. Whew. Alright, so maneuvers delta V is 1498, and we have, where is total? That's our stage. 1498. We have enough in our total, but we are not going to be able to circularize on just this stage alone. We are running a little dangerous now. There we go. Alright, so we are in space now, so we can actually, let's close that, can deploy our satellite, or our solar panels. Good to see them there. Alright, and might as well deploy our satellite solar panels as well. Get that all open. Excellent. Okay. So, okay, everybody. This is not looking good. Let's go ahead and kill that. Yes, thank you, ground proximity. Thank you. This situation is quickly getting out of hand. So we are going to point ourselves retrograde. And we are actually going to bring this craft home. We're gonna, I don't trust that we have enough fuel, Delta V, to get into orbit and then get to the Mun and back. And we don't have the ability to transfer fuel between our probe and this. Maybe we'll take a look at that real fast in the VAB, but for now we are going to abort this mission and head on home. Might as well do the science if we have the ability to. That's science. Yeah. Just a little bit of residuals to have, nothing important, but we'll go ahead and collect that into the science collection unit. Whew. Our parachutes were not rated for this amount of weight, so we are unfortunately going to have to jettison a lot of what we have. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, and so stage 2 should be our parachutes. So we will we will hold off on staging those. We're now back in the atmosphere. Gonna kind of watch that as we go along. Maybe we'll get a view of the Firefly re-entry effects now. Now that we've added it. Was that our parachute? This may prove challenging. Where's our parachute? Oh, right there. Whew. All right. Chute is safe to deploy, so let's just go ahead and deploy it. Too high. All right. Let's arm it then. Whew. And if our parachutes don't deploy, then we're gonna have to hop out ourselves in true spherical pod fashion. All right, 2,500. Yep. Ooh, look at that. As soon as we pass through the cloud layer. So hopefully at 1,000 this should open up fully. Yep, there we go. We can do low space science, right? No, nothing to be had there. Oh, I need to, oh, that's right. I should have crew reports added into this action group. Vertical velocity is less than 6, so I feel like we're doing pretty good. Whew, all right. Well, Bob, how you doing? That was unfortunate that did not work out well, but thankfully we landed in one piece. Everyone's alive. We can just fix the things that we need to fix and send it right back on out. So let's go ahead and bring this on home. But they got some tickets for that. Researching 50 or more science points, splashdown in the water. Splashdown in the water, horizontally Mach 1, and withstanding a G-force acceleration of 4 Gs or more. The first flight for that scientist, and he's excited, and he'll be ready for more. So we are going to upgrade the spaceplane, hangar, and the runway, and we're going to do a quick little mission to grab a little bit more science, because I have a feeling that if we can unlock one extra part, it will make our entire life a whole lot easier. All right, here we are once again on the runway. Today we are going to attempt to fly as far south as we can. We're going to place a waypoint right around here. Hit apply, save, and that is going to be our destination. We're going to try to land in the southern pole, southern Arctic region, and hopefully grab some science. If we end up having to take this and dip it into the water, then you know, so be it. We'll probably try to get some Arctic sea science, hopefully, if we can make it that far. Yeah, Jebediah once again in the cockpit. Hopefully, we did upgrade the runway, so it'll be a little bit easier of a takeoff. However, we still have that bump right there, so we got to make sure that we don't break our tail on that yet again. So let's go ahead and turn our engines on. We've got our brakes going, throttle up. Get ourselves up to full speed. Kill the brakes. Alright, and slowly start pitching up. Not enough to break our tail fin. Come on, We broke our tail fin, didn't we? Yeah, that bump is ridiculous. Let's see. Yep. That's a broken tail fin. But the craft still flies. Luckily, the game doesn't recognize that being too broken, so I'm gonna allow it. We're gonna keep flying. As you see, we still have full control, so we're just gonna go with it. But anyways, let's go ahead and point ourselves towards our target. The heading is 177.3. And there we have it. Roughly 170-ish. 177. So now we're going to go ahead and climb up to a nicer cruising altitude. And then in for the long flight. Oh. We never put our gear in. Whoops. We can go ahead and bring up our atmospheric autopilot. And plot that into our atmospheric autopilot. Let that take over. It's going to hold us at 13,000 feet, hopefully, and that will give us better efficiency with our engines being at the higher altitude. Do we have any missions that we're doing here? No. Alright, so we've got 2 hours and 21 minutes worth of fuel, and it's only going to take us about 40 some odd minutes to get there. So we can go ahead and just keep everything as it is. Time warp, and I will see you when we get there. We are now flying over Kerbal's cold ocean, so we should be arriving at the Arctic shelf soon. Alright, we're going to plug in the new heading, and we are going to start going towards the sun, because I feel like I'd rather land in the sun than the nighttime. I feel like that's pretty obvious. right, so let's dip it below the clouds, see what we're looking at. Ooh, this is a little scary. Going into darkness. Ooh, okay, alright, so there is a little bit to see. Can't tell that it's actually snowing or anything. We're getting some air effects. Side of the cockpit, I don't know if you can see that. It might be a little too bright. But we are now in a situation where we can land basically anywhere. We are on the flattest part of the southern ice shelf. So let's fly for a little bit longer. It's a good morning to fly. All right, so now that we have a little bit more sunlight to our advantage, let's go ahead and dip back down below the clouds. And we'll kill our time warp. Or physics warp, I should say. Oh. Looks like there's a snowstorm over there, so we will be able to see a snowstorm after all. That's excellent. Alright, so our physics warp is killed. We are going very fast, so I do want to still cover some of that distance, though. This will be tricky, because we do have to come to a safe landing. We do have parachutes, but let's try not to rely on them. Alright, let's go ahead and we are going to kill our throttle. Oh yeah, snow! Look at that! Ah, that's fun. Alright, yeah, so we're flying over the southern ice. That's all we need to know. Let's go ahead put on our extra cameras, flatten ourselves out so we're nice and horizontal. Then here is our altitude, so we got to make sure we keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and put our landing gear down. There we go, we can see that. Alright, let's try to come in for a decent landing. Hard to see where the ground is. Oh, we can see it there. Alright, we are rapidly approaching. Let's kind of level ourselves out a little bit. Ooh, scary but fun. Alright, let's put on our brakes, lean back. Whew. And I believe we have successfully and safely landed. Now we just need to come to a halt. Let's go ahead and turn our main engines off. Oh, and just like that, we come to a halt in a beautiful new biome, never before seen in the Janus Project. Wonderful. Jebediah, you are awesome. So let's go ahead and do our science. Not a lot. Unfortunately, this is not as lucrative as I thought it was going to be. However, it was fun to do nonetheless. Alright, so time to hop out, do a little science. There's no need for him to have his helmet on, so we can go ahead and remove that. Do an EVA report while we're here. And then let's go ahead and perform some EVA science. Yeah. I wonder how hard it is to hit a golf ball in snow. So let's go ahead and take that. Jebediah, how you feeling? Proud that you made it? That's good. Now hopefully he can get back onto the ladder. Oh, come on, climb. Well, unfortunately, Jeb decided to get himself stuck underneath the plane and is unable to move, so we're gonna have to send a crew out to wake him up. I think he just got a little too snow frozen. But that wasn't a lot of science for us, so unfortunately I don't think we unlocked what we wanted to unlock. But we'll take a look at what we can do when we get back. So it turns out that part of the mod required for the Auroras is no longer working, so we're just gonna grab Jeb and call it a day. Oh, I got a ribbon for landing on the South Pole. Nice. Okay, so we got Valentina out on the launch pad once again, early morning. Well, let's just go ahead and do this quick because I just want to get the science. That's all I care about right now. There we go. So now what we're doing is instead of taking an airplane, we're going to just head for the North Pole via rocket. Let's go ahead and full throttle up and clearance from the launch pad. Excellent. Let's go ahead and launch. This time we're going to be heading to the north, trying to get that North Pole science. And that's all the Delta V we have. So let's go ahead and kick off that stage. Say goodbye to it. We'll probably see it again eventually. But not right now. Actually, let's go prograde for. Right now, get a nice view of Kerbal as we go along. We are in space. Valentina Kerbal once again. However, this time only for a short suborbital hop. Not enough time to do any kind of EVA science, even though we now have the EVA kit. Thank you, ground proximity. So, now that we are on our way home, let's go ahead and point ourselves retrograde. Make sure we don't burn up in the atmosphere. We have an eye on our ablator as well as our pod temperature, so that's nice to see. But for now, all we got to do is time warp in. We didn't go very high, so I'm not in fear that we will burn up in any way, but we do also need to make sure that our parachute stages when they need to. Alright, chutes are armed. They should pop at about 2,500 meters. Flying over the Kerbal Desert. I think we already have this science, unfortunately. There we go. Our parachutes deployed. Just as scheduled. This wasn't even worth it. Alright, so we have Valentina Kerman on the launch pad once again. Let's just quickly go through this because I just want to get this done. We want to have our craft Valentina safely touch down on the North Pole this time, and just to get the science that we don't have there. So let's go ahead and get SAS on. Get all of our warnings and systems turned on. Get the lights going. Full throttle. Clearance from the launch pad. Good enough for me. Let's fire. Valentina, make me proud. Side boosters flamed out. Let's go ahead and get that. Our thrust to weight ratio is still over 1, so we're going to be going to space today. Alright, our apoapsis is passing the Kármán line. We're going to make it to space. I'm going to bring it all the way up to about 90, and then cut off. Let's hop into map mode real fast, plot in a maneuver so that way we can make sure that we can make it far enough to get where we want to go. Just burn up as much fuel as we can. Maybe we shift that a little bit. Let's get our trajectories mod on so we can see where we're going. Yeah, that seems good enough. Let's plot that into our maneuver. We gotta move quickly. Only 45 seconds. Alright, so that maneuver is plotted in. It seems like we are pointed correctly. Let's go ahead and time warp to said maneuver. There we go. Not quite in orbit, but it will do. Alright, we've got 8 minutes until we have to re-enter. Let's unbuckle ourselves. Oh, it's not going to let us unbuckle. Shoot. Alright, well, we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. The crew EVA. Okay, so unfortunately we don't have our RCS pack, so we're not going to be able to do this EVA report and still manage to make it back into the craft. So unfortunately all we can do is that EVA report and then quickly board once again and take a second to look around. It's always nice to be able to float around a capsule, not be cramped inside your seat the entire time. Anyways. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to want to point ourselves retrograde. We're actually going to bring in our trajectory a little bit, because we're going way too far past the pole. And can we go this way? Try to make it more centered on the pole. That's looking good. That's looking good. And I think that's good. Maybe we'll do prograde a little bit. Oh, we ran out of fuel in that last maneuver, but hey, it got us there. All right, so we have no more fuel. We are on impact with the ground. So let's go ahead and time warp forward a little bit. Point ourselves retrograde when we get there. We're gonna go ahead and stage off our lower stage. Whew, alright. So we are coming back. Hopefully we'll land in the northern pole, and hopefully we can get enough science that we can unlock the thing that we want to unlock. This whole episode, my whole goal was to get ourselves to the Mun, to get that flyby science, but after a disastrous first launch in the beginning of the episode, I really needed to shift gears and focus on getting those fuel ducts, because once we get that, our trip to the Mun will be a whole lot easier. I was hoping to sneak ahead another milestone, but unfortunately, today's episode, all about the science, but as long as we can get this North Pole science going, and it's enough, then I'll be happy. Oh, there is the Firefly re-entry effects coming back. Do I have another camera going upwards? Yes, I do. Here is the effects via first-person mode. Ooh, that's fun to see. that's so cool. We even get to see it moving and twisting. Alright, so we're no longer on fire. It's good to see. We'll wait till our parachute is safe to deploy. And then we'll go ahead and deploy it. So it is safe to deploy. We're going to go ahead and stage it. Or not stage it, but arm it. Time warp below the clouds. There we go. There is our parachute. And at 1000 it should open up. There we go. Perfect. And that brings us over Kerbin's northern ice shelf, which is exactly where we want to be. And since we are coming down very safely, I believe that this will be a success. Whoo-wee, there we go. Valentina safely back on planet Kerbin. Alright, so let's go ahead and open our bay doors, do our science. Alright, once again, not a lot being grabbed here, very small pieces, but enough for us to be happy. Can we tilt our craft over? There we go. That'll make getting out a little bit easier, hopefully. Ooh. Ah, North Pole. Wonderful. Not as snowy as the South, but now that we are outside, we can safely do an EVA report as well as some EVA science. Good luck, Valentina. Go long. Oh, that was fun. No EVA science from that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright. Well, Valentina, you did a wonderful job. Hopefully that is enough science for us to move forward. We'll check it out, and I'll let you know here if it is, and if so, then in the next episode we are going to revisit our lunar flyby, and we're going to go ahead and get all that science, and maybe even try to put some boots on the ground if KXP hasn't beaten us to it by that point. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more POV. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space Program in first person. As you can see here, we're starting off on the launch pad because we have quite the episode for you today. As you may be able to tell from the title and the thumbnail, we are going to put our Kerbals as close to the Mun as possible without actually setting them down in our first lunar flyby. And the first crewed lunar flyby of the Janus project. It will be our milestone that we're going to be taking home today, and hopefully we can land a Kerbal on the Mun in the next episode, and hopefully we can do it before they do. They being the KXP group, as we have been calling them. If you are new to this series, we are pitting ourselves against ourselves and trying to see who can conquer the Kerbal system first by planting a flag on every celestial body. And I'm excited because with this voyage that we're taking today, we are getting that much closer to planting our first flag on the Mun. Alright, we've got clearance from mission control. Everything is good. Bob, how you doing? We got Bob and Jeb in the cockpit. We've got a decent amount of life supplies, life support, I should say. And with nothing else left to do, let's go ahead and throttle up and SAS on stage. We've got a healthy thrust to weight ratio. Gonna rotate ourselves so we're pointed more normally. There we go. Listen to that rocket plume. And thankfully I've got the sounds working this time. It seems, at least looking over at my recording, so we don't have the problem that we did in the last episode, which is important because I love the computer talking back to us. Passing the cloud layer, looking good. Thrust to weight ratio about to breach 2. Apoapsis is doing well. Alright, so we're just gonna hold here until we break into the Kármán line, and I'll meet you again once we start circularizing. Clean separation. We regain control a little bit. Let's go ahead and point ourselves prograde. And actually, we could probably stop burning now. Let's get to 110. That looks good. We're going to go ahead into MechJeb and circularize the next apoapsis. That gives us our node, and we're going to plot that into flight computer. Go ahead and let remote tech handle the maneuver. So we are in space now, so we can activate our first action group, which deploys our solar panels of our main vehicle. Cruising over ever so slightly, but almost pointed at our maneuver. We can actually deploy our satellite solar panels as well as the communication dishes. There we go, we can see that right there. Excellent. When you're playing first-person IVA mode, it's very important to consider where your cameras are lined up and where they're angled out. This gives us a clear view of the probe in front of our vehicle. So if this telemetry wasn't working, we didn't have it, like if our technology of our IVA just wasn't strong enough that it has that screen, then we'll want to be able to get eyes to know that, like, when we hit our satellite deploy action group, that it actually deployed our satellite. It's good to know. Let's actually get this back. Focus here. We've got 71% left in our stage. Delta V of over 3,500, which is more than enough to get us to and from the Mun. And there we have it, with a cool 38% left in our stage, 2,500 Delta V left. We are looking good. So let's go ahead and plot ourselves a maneuver out to the Mun. And part of this mission is to also get another comms network satellite out there. That's what that satellite on our nose is for. And so we are actually going to want to come in fairly high for this. Is that our scan set? You know, before we make this maneuver, I want to take a look at something, which is good because we want to be able to do science while we're on this trip. So let's go ahead and just point ourselves prograde for a second. Oh, it's going to take a while to get there. Never mind. Let's just keep ourselves stable. And let's go ahead and get Bob out. Oops, not Valentina. Or excuse me, Jeb. Excuse me, Jeb. There we go. Let's get Bob out of the seat. Take a quick little peek down at the world. Beautiful. Take a quick little peek at Jeb. Beautiful. Alright, let's go ahead and get Bob out into space. And for the first spacewalk with an actual RCS pack on, so we can safely let go of our capsule. Ooh, not that far. Go of our capsule and do some science. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to perform all science. EVA report is 8. We also have this little spinning experiment that we've done. 25 science for that. That's great. Alright, so now what I want to do here is just take a quick peek at this satellite and just confirm that this is not a scan sat. Okay. No, this is not meant to scan the surface of the Mun. This is simply a communications network. It's been a little bit since I had built this rocket, so I just wanted to confirm what the mission was, and so I was glad that we could do that so simply using the Through the Eyes of the Kerbal mod and the free IVA mod. Excellent. I love being able to do that. Okay, so knowing now that we don't need to be in a polar orbit, that makes things a whole lot easier. Let's go ahead and plot in our maneuver out to the Mun. Oh, interesting. We have a very bad inclination. Okay. Alright, I think that's looking good. I think we can handle that. We're slowly straying towards the maneuver. We've got that plotted into remote tech looking good. So let's go ahead and kill that. Bring up our orbital display, which will also give us our relative inclination. Yeah, we are 8.2. That is ridiculous. That's the good thing about overbuilding your rocket is you have contingency plans. Like in our testing, we didn't fly at this far of an inclination, so we had a lot of fuel left over, So I feel pretty confident that 314 delta V taken out of our 2500 is still well within our margin of error for our safety. Alright, now that we're more or less lined up, let's just time warp our way closer to the maneuver, let it take over, and fix our inclination. There we go. Ooh, that is a very nice low inclination, 0.109. That is what I like to see. Let's go ahead and get back into the map mode. Alright, so we want to come in at close to 2 million kilometers, so that way we can have a nice high orbit for our probe satellite. So that way it can give a nice, clean, wide berth of communication around it, especially since we now have communication dishes that can reach from here to Kerbal very easily. So we're going to plot in this maneuver. It's 23 seconds. 826 delta V, which is more than doable. Gonna let remote tech take over once again. It's going to slowly drift this over. This is quite the boat of a vessel right now. In our landing vehicle, obviously we can't land with, I mean, we could land with this, but it's not a sensible landing vehicle to land with something like this. So we will be making an inner stage, but in all of our testing, we ended up overbuilding. Once we got these fuel tanks and engines involved in the launch vehicle, we ended up overbuilding to the point where the interstage was unnecessary. So we just took it out, and for the sake of simplicity, we just left the launch vehicle the same, which is why it looks so weird. Even by Kerbal standards, this looks weird. Okay, so we're slowly drifting over, so I will meet you once again at the time of maneuver. And we're getting ready to burn. There we go, lining it up. So we see our orbit being pushed out. Excellent. We will be able to keep an eye on our approach in this video, this window. This window. Transfer. Closest approach. Where is that information? I could have sworn one of these windows had a better transfer when transfer information, but I guess not. So let's now plot in our circularization burn here, because we're not just going to fly by, but we're actually going to orbit. And we have 260 delta V for that maneuver out of our 1200. So once again, still doing great. We're gonna end up not using any of the fuel for our probe to circularize, because that's just how overbuilt this whole mission ended up becoming. But that's okay, because we may end up taking this probe and doing other things with it. It has a lot of delta V on it, and we could essentially send it to another planet, or maybe just getting it out into orbit of the sun. If we have a contract for that, we could potentially just scooch this out. So, or we could use that fuel to change the orbit when we get better communication network going, and other satellites here, we can use that one to move around. But yeah, I'd say the sky's the limit, but apparently it's a lot higher than that. But anyways, let's go ahead. We have that maneuver plotted in. Let's go get that done in remote text flight computer. Once again, this boat will take a while to point itself where we need to go. Any external lights? No. So I will see you when we get ready to burn. And now with it pointing the right way, all that's left to do is time warp our way over to the mun. We can see it approaching our camera here. That's excellent. That was a lucky happenstance right there. That's so cool. Oh wait, while we are still in space high above Kerbal, yes we are. Okay, Bob, you have a second. Go ahead, hop out once again and get some high space science. Oof, it looks so ominous being this dark. Alright, perform all science. We don't need an EVA report, but we do need this. $37.5 science for that. Excellent. We're floating a little uncomfortably far away from our craft, so let's come hop on back on board. Ooh, we started to hit that with some force. Why won't you let me? There we go. Whew, alright. Get the old blood pressure going. Alright, let's get ourselves over to the mun, and we'll do that yet again. And with that, we are in space above the mun, space high over the mun. So, Bob, go ahead and collect the high space science. Oh, can you not? Are you not allowed to do that? There we go. All right, 16, 12, 10, 24, 16, 8, and 50. Not a bad haul. So, go ahead and hop out once again. Alright. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and let go. Get our RCS pack going. We are gonna take the data out of the capsule because we got a crew report in that. Let's go ahead and perform all science. Got the first EVA in space over the MUN. And first EVA experiment in space high over the MUN. I believe the MUN's on the other side of our craft right there, yep. Okay, we are doing some dangerous EVAing right now, so let's go ahead and just get him back aboard. Jeff's so happy. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and collect all of our science there. Excellent. And now nothing left to do except time warp our way over to our maneuver and circularize. Alright, 3 minutes to the maneuver. Let's time warp forward yet again. It's only 6 seconds of a burn, so it'll be real fast. And there you have it. 1.7 million meters above the surface. We are now in orbit. Let's go ahead and kill that. As you see here, we still have local control, which means that we are receiving signal from Kerbal. Get rid of that. We don't need that at all. We're still receiving signal from Kerbal, which is good to see because we are going to want that for our probe. Which means that as soon as we drop it off, it will begin to act as a communications network for us. Let's go ahead and okay, so I realized that if we point ourselves retrograde, we're going to actually collide with our satellite. So let's go ahead and stage it now. Okay, that is gone. And there it goes. Alright, so there goes our satellite. I'm sure we have connection with it. I don't really feel like transferring it over there, but we are about to burn retrograde, so we're going to want a little bit of a distance from it. There we go. Actually, we could have done that a little more simply, but we are going to want to bring our periapsis down into low space above the MUN. And I think we want to do it on the light side. I don't want to be out in the dark, low in space. So we're going to do it over here. We're going to bring ourselves down. I know low space is actually 60 kilometers above the surface, but we are going to bring ourselves down to 33. Just ever so slightly. Maybe even down 27. How about that? Alright, but first we are going to limit our throttle. Makes that a 10-second burn. Excellent. Okay, so let's go ahead and plot that into flight computer. There we go. Alright, so that is going to roll itself over. We are going to get ourselves maneuver to come down low in space over the MUN, and then once we do that, we are going to go ahead and head on home. We have This maneuver itself is going to cost 100 meters per second delta V out of our 1,000. So again, feeling very comfortable. This is making me feel like this challenge and this program that we're running is well within our reach, and yeah, we're going to be able to handle this. I think with the addition of the fuel ducts, being able to have larger scale vehicles is soon going to be a very real possibility for us. We may be able to build direct descent landers that bring us back, so pretty excited about that. And I think there's really nothing else holding us back from it putting boots on the soil in the next episode. Not soil, surface. But nonetheless, we are going to get a Kerbal flag, and if all goes according to plan, we may be able to sneak it away from the KSP group yet again. We're already going to get the first Kerbal in orbit around the Mun, as well as the first flyby of the Mun. So, yeah, pretty excited, pretty happy with how this is going. We've been pretty aggressive about using Kerbals in flight as opposed to probes, which has its risks as well as its rewards. And so I'm just glad nothing has happened yet. But of course, can't count our blessings until we're home. And with that, a low thrust limit just ever so softly brings our orbit down to a reasonable height. 28.6 kilometers. I will take it. Alright, so we can actually get rid of flight computer for a second and just hold steady this way. Ooh, that was an interesting one. Alright, let's go ahead and time warp our way closer to the surface. I think we'll be able to get a good look at it. Ah, there it is. I'll slow down yet again. Alright. So we're going to want space. Yep, we're spaced just above the Mun. Let's go ahead and do our science real fast. Low space. Alright, not bad. 18, 15, 24, 36, 24, 12, and 75. Wonderful. Alright, so let's go ahead and get Bob out. He's getting well used to this this role. Whoops. Come on, Bob. Space above the Mun. You should love this. Alright, so we softly let go of the ladder, pull ourselves away from the craft. Oh, we do need to gather the science from there, though. Alright. And we are going to perform all science. 24 science for that. And 75 for that. 24 for the EVA report, 75 for the experiment. So it's really good and handy to have that experiment on you when you go and do these kind of missions. Alright, so then enough playing around. Let's get back into the craft. And we're actually going to quickly get in our seats just so we can press that button. So it'll collect everything. But we're actually going to, once again, hop out. Getting very used to this now. We're going to let go yet again. And what we want to do is, we have this science collection unit, experiment return unit, and that has been collecting all of our science into one central location, and theoretically should be fine to come back, but after the previous episode, the previous flyby, where we could have been landing on the Mun right now, that's what we could have been doing in this episode, but the previous flyby failed because we accidentally jettisoned that capsule. We had everything stored in there and then we launched it. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna store all these experiments. Do we have any experiments left on us now? No, it doesn't look like it. It would give us the option to deposit it. Okay, so all of our science is now in the capsule. So, if anything, if we lose that science experiment return unit, it doesn't matter because all the science is in the capsule, which actually means that the experiment return unit is useless. However, oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and point ourselves prograde. Does mean that it is useless on our craft right now, but that's okay. It was worth it to have the peace of mind that we can get our science back no matter what. So, with all that, that has been a successful mission. Did we complete any contracts? We did not, unfortunately, but no matter, we will prevail. Let's go ahead and point ourselves prograde, and let's go ahead and leave this place. Oh, it looks like we already have. Really? Are we on an escape trajectory? Yeah, we are. Okay. Good to know. All right, let's just get out of the orbit of the Mun, and then we'll deal with. Say goodbye, Bob and Jeb. Jeb, it's gonna be a while before you come back to the Mun, so you take a good hard look at it and enjoy yourself. Unfortunately, you didn't get a chance to EVA around it, but that was not the mission for today. Because Valentina is going to be slotted for the landing on the Mun mission, and so she'll be the next one to see it. But Bob is the only scientist we have, so there's a chance he may be seeing the Mun up close and personal yet again. Alright, so we are now in a very wide orbit around Kerbal. See, our life support is actually doing fairly well. So we could come out to our apoapsis and drop it to our periapsis. Pretty good. That'd be the most efficient way. Because that's 5 days from now. The periapsis is 5 days from now if we try to lower ourselves from there. Let's see, how much fuel do we have in our stage? Interesting, we could do another flyby. Drastically lower our periapsis. This was not available in our testing, but this might actually work out pretty well. Yeah, you know what? Let's take this and let's be super accurate with it. So we're gonna limit our throttle. Make it a 14-second burn. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that maneuver. We definitely have the life support to handle it. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Okay, so let's go ahead and get ourselves pointed there. Wow, we're actually almost right towards there, so it should take no time at all, and I will see you when we need to burn. Alright, we are getting close to the maneuver. What is that? Oh, that our Delta V is low? Descent. Okay, so this screen does not show us a lot. It definitely shows us that we are going to be on an intercept with the MUN. That's true. And we are high enough that we're in no danger of crashing into it. And our periapsis is now well within the atmosphere, and our apoapsis is actually significantly lower than what we started with. So that was a really good maneuver. We only have 671 meters per second delta V left in our tank, but there's no need to. I mean, we absolutely could, like, periapsis. We absolutely could circulate. Oh no, we couldn't. Alright, so it's not that much of a waste. Good to know. So, yeah. Yeah, pretty happy with that. This mission, after the last not the last episode, but the episode before that, the disaster that befell us with losing all that science, and then the disaster that befell us of upgrading our capsule and then losing control of our rocket, was a bit of a setback, and so I'm glad to see things working out, actually. Alright, so we don't need flight computer up at all anymore. We can turn that on. Have ourselves point retrograde naturally, but we don't need to really worry about that for now. We're going to fly by the MUN and come back, and then hopefully we'll be able to re-enter the atmosphere in one re-enter. Hopefully we can land on Kerbal in one pass, because it looks like we're going to do it in the daylight side, which will be cool. Alright, here we are, passing by the MUN, saying hello again. Jeb, I lied to you. You got to see it one more time. And with that, we are now leaving the sphere of influence. And that little pass by was enough to alter our course. That is so cool. Alright, so our periapsis is 39.4 kilometers. Let's go ahead and time warp our way. Oh, let's, no, we can armor shoot later. Let's go ahead, time warp our way close to Kerbal. And the light of the, there we go. We are now within the atmosphere. Let's go ahead, time warp a little bit. Yeah, and yeah, let's jettison our stages. There we go. Alright, we're saying goodbye to the rest of our craft. Oh, that is no good. We are going to be flipping around a lot, but that is just kind of the nature of the spherical pod. But Oh, I wish I could see it. I wish I could really see the explosions. Oh, come on, just get a good view of it. That's all I ask. Oh well. But we do get to see a little bit of the Firefly re-entry color through our windows. That's kind of fun. Later on, when we have better capsules, we'll have access to better viewing windows of those effects. I'm so excited to start doing IVAs with that. We've got the Firefly, we've got Parallax continues, all sorts of things that are really tempting me. This is why I had such a problem with when I upgraded, or when I updated my mods and it broke everything, is we were so close to seeing Minmus in its true minty glory and Duna in its dustiness, and then this mod came out. It's all good stuff. Let's go ahead and check our orbit. Yeah, we are coming down fairly quickly. Yeah, we should have no problem. As long as our parachutes don't burn up, we should be good. Our pod temperature is remaining pretty solid, so happy with that. Try to get all the different views all at once. Oh, and we are on an impact course. And we'll be landing on the light sign. It's good to see. Where are we? Kerbal Shore. Okay, so we're near water-ish somewhere. Alright, nothing to do but come on home. I don't think we're in any risk of burning up in the atmosphere. So feel pretty good about this. Bob, how are you feeling? Bob's feeling like he's taking the back seat and wishes he had a little more control in this journey. Different capsule, Bob. Once we get the Mach 1, 2, and 3, then you'll be sitting pretty. Once we get the Alcor pod, whew, chef's kiss. Wonder what the Alcor pod would do with the Firefly reentry. That'd be interesting. It's if you don't know what I'm talking about, the Alcor pod is a specific pod that's not made for reentry and has very low threshold for heat. There we go, and the last of our heating effects dissipate, and our temperature is dropping, so we are looking good. We're gonna put our vessel view up here so we'll be able to see our parachute. We're gonna wait until we see that it's safe to deploy our chute before we hit the arm button. Let's go ahead and time warp forward a little bit. Alright, it says that it's safe to deploy, so we're gonna just arm it. And we're gonna use our action group instead of this button because this will arm all the chutes. Whereas the parachute, we only want to arm the first chute. In case, I may not have explained it, but there's a parachute on the science experiment collection unit. Oh yeah, there we go, it went automatically. Nice. But yeah, there was a parachute on the science experiment container, so if we did have to jettison it, there's a chance that it would still survive. Oh, that is beautiful. We are going to land in water. We're going to be safe and sound. Coming on home with a bunch of science. So let's go ahead and just time warp our way down to the surface. Let's get Jeb and Bob home. Give them their ribbons of merit and look at what kind of science we unlocked and then call it for today's episode. But I am super happy that we got these milestones And hopefully, depending on what the KSP crew cook up over the weekend, hopefully we'll be able to snag the first Kerbal on the surface of the Mun milestone. So I'm happy about that. Congratulations, Jeb and Bob, on a successful mission. And I'll see you back at the KSC. Whoo! Look at that. 591 science. That is wonderful. Jebediah didn't get as many ribbons as Bob, but he also didn't do as much. But he did get the researching 1,000 or more science points. So that was pretty cool. And I guess he got that because he was the one that pressed the action group. Oh, that's hilarious. So yeah, sorry about that, Bob, but Jeb's more of a scientist than you, at least on paper. Yeah, so awarded for being the first Kerbal orbiting around the Mun, EVA around the Mun, all sorts of good stuff. Executing an EVA while not in a stable orbit. Oh, that must have been when we were in low space. Yeah, very cool. I love that the Final Frontier mod got updated and is now no longer out of date, because we used to get warnings all the time about Final Frontier and how it might not work well with the game and it might crash things. So I'm so glad to see that it's stable. But anyways, in the next episode, we're going to spend the science, see what kind of technology we can get and what we can do to upgrade our landers or our crewed vessels and turn one into a lander and collect all that science from the surface and bring it on home with us. Hopefully a Munstone. We do have a mission to bring a Munstone back with us. So, oh, I guess we did, we did complete one contract. That's excellent. Forgot that we had just a flyby of that. But yeah, as we see here, plant a flag on the Mun, we gotta land. So we will be doing that in the next episode. I feel very confident that we have the science and the technology and the willpower to do it, and so hopefully we can do it first. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hey everybody, and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space War in first person, and apparently we talk a big game about beating the KSP crew at landing Kerbals on the Mun, and then they go out and throw 2 of them in a rover with some science there. So if you missed the last episode of the Janus Project, I definitely recommend checking that out. But they got the milestone for the first boots on the surface, planting the flags. However, was not in their capability, so we still have the ability of being the first to plant a flag. They still need to send the rescue mission for them. So we are going to do just that today. We are going to build ourselves a lander. As you see here, we got the 619 science from the previous episode where we did the flyby. We're going to take Valentina and Bob getting to go back to the Mun. This will be a second time, but we're going to take them down to the surface, collect as much science as we can, and bring them back, and hopefully we'll be able to plant our flag. And even though they had beaten us to first Kerbals on the Mun, we can still get our program completed before they do. So let's go ahead first and hop into let's first hop into the mission control. No, you know what? Yeah, first let's hop into mission control and take any mission related to the Mun. Okay, we're going to take the science data from the surface of the Mun. That'll be pretty easy to complete. And we're going to take this crash a probe on the Mun because we can just put a probe core on our landing stage and discard it as we land, and hopefully that'll complete that contract. And unfortunately, that's all the contracts we have available today. You can test that pretty easily. Parachute from a plane. We're going to have to take a back seat on the planes for now because we are going to spend the entire episode dedicated to this MUN project. Alright, so now that we have so much science, we are actually going to want nodes that are unavailable to us at the moment. We can't research anything over 100 science, so let's spend, unfortunately, like almost all of our money we're going to spend. But that also gives us the ability to have Kerbals collect surface samples out on other celestial bodies. So we'll be able to gain more science that way. But we only have 128. I did want to upgrade our admin building, but unfortunately that is no longer a possibility, and especially if we want to launch our rocket today. But we now have access to farther tiers, so the first thing we want to do is get the simple command modules. I'm done with the spherical ones. You know, as much as it would be good to upgrade to a 3-person capacity, I feel like spending 80 points on this little tiny thing is not in our best interest. We might as well start going down the research chain. So that's first going to unlock us the Mach 1. And we need different research. But now with this one, with the next node, we can get the Mach 1 lander can, as well as some of these other 2-person cans. But for that, we're going to need advanced flight control. I don't mind that because it gives us advanced inline stabilizers, as well as some RCS, so that's useful. So we're going to grab that. We're going to grab the command modules for 160. And that will lead us into these three-person container modules, which will be good going forward because we are going to want to have engineers on board with us. In addition to that, we want to grab space exploration because that gives us the Bon Voyage autopilot. That is one of the ways that the KSP crew are going to be getting around on the surface of the MUN, so we want to have that advantage as well. But it also gives us a few things that we can do on EVA and in base building sort of situations. Let's go ahead and grab that. Life support. I want better life support. Now that we have better quality command module, we're going to want different pieces to that, so that's going to spend there. And we only have one set of 90 left available to us, so we're going to have to spend it wisely. So right now I'm actually torn between putting it into landing, because having access to better landing gear obviously will be beneficial on our landing, but unfortunately that's kind of like the only thing on there that oh, these ones are actually really good landing legs as well. Yeah, I'm torn on spending it on landing or on better solar panels and communication dishes, as well as some lights and another ground thing, better batteries. Like, overall I'd get a lot more out of this node than the other ones, but for now we're gonna hold off on spending this last 99 points because I feel like we could get away with the landing gears that we have, and unless we really can't, unless the landing gears we have just don't suffice, then we'll put the points in here. But if we can get away with them, then we're gonna spend that into this electronics, because ultimately I think this is just much more wise of a decision. However, landing on the surface is the whole point of the mission. So let's get to building, and then I'll show you what I've made, and if we come back here to unlock it, then so be it. So we are indeed happy with our landing legs, so let's go ahead and unlock these lights and electronics and solar panels. However, we're pretty much going to keep our craft the same. We're going to throw some lights on there and maybe a couple extra batteries to make sure we don't run out of charge. But with all that said and done, let's just go ahead and get on the launch pad and get started with this mission. Alright, so this is our lander. We have a direct ascent type style. We got the Mach 1 cockpit up there with the Mach 1 lander can underneath it. Science Junior right there with a couple mystery goo that can be reset, as well as a service bay right here with all of our science, and then some life support underneath that. 4 engines will carry us from low carbon orbit to the MUN, land on the MUN, maybe hopefully land on another biome, and then bring us back home. So let's go ahead and hop in the cockpit. We got Valentina as our pilot today. And we've got Bob in the Mach 1 lander can, so he will be able to keep an eye on some things here. Let's just get both of our cameras up there, why not? And he doesn't need that. So let's have our science here so we'll know exactly what biome we're in. Turn in on our lights. Don't need any of that. Alright, and we are good to go. So let's hop back in the cockpit. Don't need these lights on. Get clearance for mission control. Sounds good enough for me. Now we're gonna throttle up. And stage. Alright, healthy thrust to weight ratio means that we are going up today. We are going to need to rotate ourselves because we are at the proving grounds and not at the typical KSC. There we go. Alright, velocity of over 100 meters per second. So let's go ahead and we're going to start tilting over. We do need to have better control. Do we have SAS on? No, we didn't even have SAS on. Ooh, that's why we're so wobbly. Okay. Now with SAS on, let's go ahead and tilt ourselves slightly over to the east. And that'll do nicely. Alright, and our apoapsis crosses into space now. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves up to about 100. Oh, there goes our side boosters. So let's go ahead and stage them. Nice clean separation. Alright. Lock to prograde, and our apoapsis is now over 100. Let's do 105. There we go. We can go ahead and use MechJeb to circularize at the next apoapsis. And we're going to go ahead and plot that into Remote Text Flight Computer. There we go. You can see ourselves starting to turn over. Looking good. So we've got 2,900 delta V in our stage, which is more than enough to get ourselves circularized. Now we can time warp our way to the maneuver. And fire. And after a lengthy burn, we come to a nice circular orbit. Wonderful. Alright, so now we are going to want to plot ourselves maneuver out to the MUN. We're going to set it as a target first because we are at the proving grounds, which means that we are at an incline, as we see here. Our ascending node is 8 degrees off from the inclination of the Mun, so we're going to have to adjust that before we go any further. That'll do. Let's go ahead and plot that into Flight Computer yet again. There we go. And with that, we are pointed at our maneuver, so we can go ahead and time warp our way over. It's a 12-second burn for 303 meters per second. We've got over 1,000, so not worried in the slightest. Time warp once again, get ourselves closer. And with that, we are burning. So our inclination is here, but our relative inclination, which is more important, what we want to look at, is right here. And they do seem to be roughly the same, but nonetheless, when dealing with changing your inclination to the target, you're going to want the relative inclination information. All right, now that we are on the same plane as it, we can go ahead and plot in our transfer burn. You can come in nice and low above the surface. 27 kilometers. Alright, and so that, once again, we're going to plot that in. And that is delta V of 831, and we have 854, not bad. You know what? Let's actually cancel that. Let's do an impact. Yeah, let's do an impact trajectory. And then that way we'll get rid of our space trash of the lower stage because it's just barely any fuel left in there, and there's no point in trying to use it to circularize around the Mun because then it's just going to be space trash around the Mun. So we're going to impact it, and then we'll change our we'll adjust our trajectory with our landing engines. So with ourselves pointed towards our target, let's go ahead and time warp our way around. Let's see, does Bob have anything interesting to look at? Probably not. Oh. There we go. Alright, so it's going to be a little bit of time for our burn, 43 seconds or so. So I will see you when we're closer. And there we have it. Our burn is done. Our closest approach is negative 148. Which means that we will indeed impact. Mission Control is not too happy about that, but they don't know what we've got in store. They don't know what we're talking about. So let's go ahead and point ourselves retrograde. And there we have it. Let's go ahead. We'll get our camera up. We have lights. Not very many. You know what? We're gonna time warp our way a little bit out into the sunlight so we can kind of see ourselves going. We don't actually need to jettison this anytime soon. Yeah. Yeah, let's get rid of this. That gets it away from us. Can we switch to it? Yes, we can. What kind of trajectory does that put us on? Oh, unfortunately, those Separatrons got it out of orbit of the Mun. That will be space trash. Oh well. Oh well. Anyways, let's go ahead and point ourselves prograde, and now that we no longer have that big old beefy engine on there, we can move rather efficiently. And let's bring our closest approach out of the negatives. "24 kilometers. Double check in our map, that is what we want. We are going the opposite direction of where I would like to go, but it's fine. We'll handle it. It won't be a problem. So let's go ahead and plot in our maneuver there. Circularization burn. And there we go. Point ourselves towards our target. And there is nothing left to do. Bob doesn't need to do any science. He still doesn't have a great view of anything, but that'll change once we get to the Mun. But yeah, he doesn't have any science to do, so we can just time warp our way to our target. Oh, we are low on charge. Did I never deployed the satellites, or the solar panels. Whew. Glad we got that warning in time and we had the opportunity to do something about it. But where is our electrical charge? Okay. Yeah, that could have been bad if we arrived at the Mun with no electricity remaining. Right, and as we time warp forward, we lose the low charge signal, so that must mean that we are once again in the green, so that looks good. Saying goodbye to Kerbal on our screen. Be saying hello to the Mun soon enough. Three, two, one. Sphere of influence change now. And there we go. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves down to the maneuver. Oh, there we go. See the moon, the Mun passing right before us. There we go. That's the view he was looking for. You see all the rocks now. There was an update in Parallax Continues that improved the view from orbit, and yeah, I think it looks pretty good. There's a little bit of graphical issues at the corners of the eyes, but nothing terrible. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch back to Valentina, our pilot, get her ready for the maneuver. And we are going to be orbiting, and then very soon after that, we're going to touch down. And with a thrust to weight ratio of over 6.5, or almost 6.5, we have no problem circularizing. Alright, let's see. Do we have a map of this place? We do. That is the joys of having put in a scan sat. Not a great map. Not a very high detailed map. But it is a map nonetheless. So... yeah, that doesn't tell us anything. Alright, let's see. What do you think, Bob? You think this is a good place to land? We don't have any science from any location anywhere on the surface of the Mun. So it seems like it is as good a place as any. Alright. So let's go ahead and fire our thrusters. We're going to point ourselves retrograde. And we're just going to come down where we are at. We've got 2800 Delta V in the tank. Let's go ahead and kill that. We can go ahead and stage our gears. We also have the switch over there. Alright, so our let's change to surface mode. There we go. And let's actually kill off more of our horizontal velocity. I want to come down as straight as possible. You know, not the most efficient, but it is safe, let me tell you that. So our horizontal velocity is 150 and dropping, which is good. And let's cancel it out right now. Alright, that is perfect. We are basically falling straight down, as we can see from our nav ball. Look at that. Look, that's a nice little screenshot right there. Alright, so now we just have to make sure we burn with enough time to cancel out our velocity. We're not going to rely on MechJeb's landing information to tell us what our suicide burn is. We're just going to kind of feather the throttle as we go down and hopefully kill out our velocity in the next 30 seconds. Yeah, we've got a great thrust to weight. How you doing, Bob? We can actually land here too, or using Bob's screens.
I'm gonna switch over. I think I like this setup a little bit better. I can keep an eye on things a little easier. Alright, once we hit the 150, we'll hear the altitude warning. Our slope angle is a little steep. I'm not entirely thrilled about that. We may end up having to adjust ourselves. But we can do the science. As long as we do the science, we can change our biome pretty easily. Alright, our vessel view is now turned into horizontal view, so now we can see that we are coming down. Alright, there we go. We get our altitude warning. Okay, careful with our touchdown and contact. Let's oh, where's that? Let's make our science 1. Ooh, okay. Alright, well, we're landed safely. We're not in danger of falling over, it seems like. Ooh, 100 science for the material studies, 20 for a crew report, 32 just to test the temperature on the Mun. This is going to be very lucrative for us. So with that done, safely landed, let's go ahead and get out our first Kerbal. Valentina, you get the honors of putting the first set of boots in the soil, on the surface. Why do I keep saying the soil? Boom. Amidst the rocks. Let's find a nice, solid piece of land. There we go. Valentina, you are not the first Kerbal on the Mun in the Janus project. So unfortunately you don't have that honor. Ooh, the whole flag in first person. I meant to do that out, but name that the Mun landing, one of many. Not the most creative flag plaque ever, but it'll do. Look at that canyon over there. You gotta check out the map, see what biome we landed in. Take a quick peek up. That's crazy. So cool to see this through the eyes of the Kerbal. Just such a different experience. Alright, let's go ahead and get her on the ship once more. Nicely done. Alright. Bob, can you get yourself out of your seat? Yes, you can. Excellent. Bob has a much easier command pod to walk around in. Got a lot more room to stretch his legs. Anyways, let's go ahead and get him out on the surface. Thankfully, he can just walk up and down his ladder. So the first thing he's going to want to do is collect the data from that and restore it. We're going to collect the data from the goo canister as well, but we're not going to restore that. Nice view of our life support, of which we have, oh, that just tells us, oh yeah, of which we have, I didn't go over this, but we have 2 years worth of food, 1 year, 99 days worth of water, and a year and 87 days worth of oxygen aboard our craft. So we should be sitting good. If there's any problems and we can't make it home on the first try, we'll be able to live for a little bit longer. So now he's got a couple things he needs to do. He needs to perform an EVA report as well as some EVA science. So let's go ahead and do all the science available. Go along, Bob. Ooh, wonder what kind of trajectory you made that go on. All right, 100 science for that as well. So before we go out adventuring, let's go ahead and put some of this science away. Let's store the experiments. All right, and then we're gonna get our RCS pack once again. And we are going to look for a mudstone real fast. I think we're going to try to land in another biome, but just on the off chance we have to abort that mission, let's grab a mudstone first. We are going to turn on the surface feature finder. Because the fact that we are using parallax, it adds so much ground scatter that it would be a near impossible feat to find one of these on our own. Alright, I think we can go for that red one, or that closest arrow. Really hard to tell how far away it is, though. Ooh, 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 ooh. Careful. 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 Is it this thing? It might be this thing. Oh, it says climb. So then that means pick up mudstone. Yay. Ah, Bob's so happy. Gets to take a piece of the mud back home with him for science. 120 science for that matter. Alright, so now we need to make sure we can get our way back to our craft. In IVA mode, of course. Are we in a different biome over here? Oh, 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 that went down instead of up. That was a hard fall. We in a different biome? I think so. Let's perform some EVA science here. Yeah, that might be... No, it's the same science. It's okay. We'll just have a duplicate. Alright. Enough playing around. Let's get back home. Whew. Okay, there it is. I would not have found that without targeting it on the nav ball. Yeah, it is scary. Being in space is so dangerous. I could have just gotten myself so lost. This is why astronauts don't stray very far from their craft, is the likelihood of getting lost increases exponentially. And as does the danger. Bob is not the best with the EVA jetpack. And back aboard we are. There we go. And back aboard once again. Alright, so what biome are we in? We are in the lowlands. But I'm pretty sure we could probably reach the highlands. Do we have enough Delta V? I don't know that we do. Alright, we're gonna put that on for now. Okay, so let us try to make our way to the highlands. To do that, we're going to bring up that camera. Okay. Alright, so let's fire upwards. Tilt ourselves around until we see an angled hill. I think this way will be a good way to go. Just need to cover some distance, get into a different biome, and then hopefully we'll be good. Alright, let's go ahead and point ourselves retrograde. Okay. We are just a space just above the Mun. Fortunately, it doesn't tell us if we're in or out of the lowlands. Let's just time warp away a little bit until we're after our apoapsis. And we can tell that because it'll go from ascent to descent. There we go, we're back on downward trajectory. So let's just go ahead and kill all of our horizontal velocity. And once again go down. We're running low on Delta V now, but I think we'll be okay. You know what? I don't think we will. I feel like we might not be okay if we try to go for another biome. I feel like we might not be. Okay, so you know what? We're gonna do science in space high. Just gonna keep it, whatever residuals we have. And point ourselves prograde. And we're gonna just get out of here. We're gonna burn away from the Mun. hopefully back into the sphere of influence of Kerbin. And hopefully we can get ourselves a return, a free capture via air braking. Oh, I do not like how quickly our Delta V is going down. Come on. Come on, get out of here, get out of here. I know that wasn't the most efficient way of doing it, but... Okay. We got 771 to work with. I think we can do it. Alright, so we're not on an escape trajectory, so that is good. So let's go ahead, add our apoapsis, and just bring this down as much as possible. Okay, so we've got plenty of Delta V to work with. Okay, I was just getting worried for no reason. So let's actually take this at our periapsis. I'd rather land in the daylight. That'll do nicely. We'll plot this into flight computer. Wow, we actually could have landed. We could have taken that second biome. I started getting nervous, you know? And I mean, rightfully so. That was quite a lot of Delta V just to leave the surface. And we did waste quite a bit moving from one biome to the other. And we still would have had to land. Like, who knows how much we would have had after landing. And then that would have cut this mission a little short, Delta V-wise. But I don't mind wasting a little bit of fuel just to make sure that we can get our Kerbals home. I did pack them with enough life support that if they did get stranded, that'd be okay, but I want to avoid that at all costs. We want the science that they picked up, we want the hard work, we want that Mudstone, and we're gonna have that today. KXP may have beaten us to the punch, beaten us to the milestone of getting Kerbals on the surface of the Mud, but we did get to beat them in planting a flag, which is the ultimate goal, is to plant a flag on every celestial body. We beat them there, and we're going to beat them in bringing our Kerbals back home. So we have the proof that we had done it. There we go. Time warp slows down. And let's time warp to the maneuver. Let it fire. A nice view right there. And that sound says that we are low on fuel. Alright, that is good. We can arm our stuff now, descent stage, but I think I might do it a little sooner. Let's go ahead and collect all of our science though. Don't need that anymore. All right, so we have all of our science safely aboard. Let's go ahead and time warp our way closer to Kerbin. I'm excited. We're gonna bring him home. Oh, ooh, we lost electrical power there for a second. Probably we're in an eclipse, I'd imagine. Alright. Ooh, with the blue light of Kerbin once again in our view. Nice. Alright, so now is the time. Let's arm our descent stage. And let's go ahead and stage. Alright, so we've gotten rid of our side bits. Close that up. Ooh, I want to see that. I want to see that. Ooh, that's fun looking. How you doing, Bob? Oh, Bob has quite the view there. Oh, what is going on? Temperature? Cabin overheating. Oh, we don't like that. Let's go for a spin. Oh, you know what? We still have our We don't have our heat shield exposed. That's why. Oh, get that out of the way. I don't want that to explode. Whew. Just in time. How you doing, Bob? Still overheating. But it does look like the flames are dissipating a little bit. I think our pod temperature is okay though. Yeah, there we go. See, our numbers are nice and low. We're gonna be fine. And that is looking like the heat is dissipating. Does that mean that we're coming down, or does that mean that we have another pass to go? No, it does look like we'll be coming down. So that is good to see. Let's go ahead and get our cameras up. There's nothing else we can do now except watch. Oh, we are heating up for round 2, apparently. And there we go. Now we're coming down. Oh, but it looks like our parachute staged a little early, which is not encouraging. Did all of our parachutes stage? I believe all of our parachutes have staged. There's some ominous thunder. It says that they're safe to deploy, so let's just hit the stage button. Hopefully it does something. No, it's not doing anything. Oh, that is no good. That is no good, everybody. Okay, we gotta move fast. We gotta move fast. Okay, science, containers, experiments, transfer data. I do need to switch out of first person mode for that. No, okay. We may have to lose the data. Alright, Valentina. Get out, hop out, let go, hit your parachute. Alright, parachute has been activated. Let's get Bob, get out. Alright, screw that. Oh, Bob, please, no. Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. Bob, no. Bob. Valentina. What just happened? We've got a lot of planning to do when we get back. And so now it is time to remember our friend, our fallen hero, Bob Kerman. And as fun as it is to steal milestones and sneak ahead in the space race, an unfortunate milestone is the first death of the program. And the POV crowd are the ones who took that one home. Bob was a good Kerbal, smart man, good father, good friend, an avid golfer. So Bob, this one's for you. Well, that is where we are going to bring today's episode to a close. There's not much I have to say, except we are going to try harder to keep our Kerbals alive going forward. The first death of the program is always the hardest, as it is the one that really drives home the dangers of space travel. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space Program in first person. So, unfortunately, in the last episode, we lost a dear friend of ours to an unfortunate situation of our parachutes ripping too early because they were rated to deploy way too soon, and unfortunately we were unable to get him out of the capsule in time. Valentina, however, did survive, and we still have Jebediah, both of which are going to be in today's mission. And as we see in the flag back here, we are going to MODLIST. You can tell because it has the minty green surface. And so the mission for today is to drop off this ScanSat satellite to hopefully pick up a good enough map of MODLIST so we'll know where we want to go when we get there. We are also going to be collecting science in high and low space. As we see here, we're outfitted with every little bit, and we do have TAC life support somewhere to the tune of 200 days worth of supplies. This is the first journey to Minmus in both our program and the Janus project in a whole. So we will hopefully be taking that Minmus flyby milestone today. I'm very excited about that. We are going to have to take a lot more precautions going forward. We don't want to kill more Kerbals if we can help it. So anyways, without further ado, let's hop in the cockpit. We got Jebediah as our first pilot and Valentina as our second. We're just going to get our screens up the way we want it. We'll come back to that one. Alright, now on Valentina's side, we have a lot of the same things. We have a screen that shows our life support. We'll be able to keep an eye on that. We're going to put on the flight screen here. I've been enjoying seeing the little map below us and all that information. And here we're going to put on the vessel view. Turn it sideways. There we go. So we can keep an eye on our fuel. Turn on our warning systems. And that is all she needs to do. And so we're going to use the auto launch sequence integrated in the DE plus MAS IVA cockpit. And so this allows us to specify what orbit we want to set for ourselves. I've spent a lot of time playing around trying to get ourselves to be able to launch in the inclination of Minmus to save ourselves the step. However, the problem is because we are at the proving grounds, we are at a different inclination than the typical KSC. So no matter what I did, I was not able to launch in the inclination of it. So we will have to change ourselves like normal. All right, so we have everything set up. Let's go ahead and put in the auto. This should be going all the way up. It says 100%. Staging is correct. Oh well, let's see how this does. Alright, and with that we have everything set up, so hopefully this does launch, and that is just a visual bug. So 3, 2, 1, lift off.
2, 5, 10,
Excellent.
20, 25, 50, 100, 200, 300.
As you see here, we've already done our roll, so now we are lined up. Our nav ball is the correct positioning. And I'm just, this is all being handled by the MechJeb integration, so we can simply sit back and watch it. Bill has taken extra precautions and wants to make sure that he can get both these pilots back safe and sound. Unfortunately, we needed to have both seats be occupied by pilots simply because half of the control panels are split between two seats. I know, it's a weird design. This is the Mach 2 command pod. Don't know if I mentioned that earlier. So I'm going to just time warp a little bit. We're going to watch our screens. It's going to auto stage for us when we run out of fuel in our side boosters, and it's going to bring us to orbit. So we'll just keep an eye on everything, and I'll probably just fast forward the footage for you, and I'll see you soon. And with that, our throttle cuts off. We're going to go ahead and turn on our RCS.
That'll help us align once the second part of our maneuver has been made. There we go. And now that we're in space, the mech jeb automatically deploys our solar panels for us. Not the most convenient. I kind of wish that it allowed me to take care of that because I do have action groups for both of those. But nonetheless, good to know that it'll do that in case we forget on future missions. And then once we line ourselves up with our maneuver, it will also take control of the time warp necessary to bring us forward to our apoapsis. There we go. We'll keep an eye on our orbital display. Periapsis is now breaching the negatives, and we are now in space. We are now in a current and relatively stable orbit of 110 kilometers even. Excellent. Way to go, Valentina. Way to go, Jeb. Alright, so now our next step is we are going to target mid-miss. And we can see here that our relative inclination is quite high. And like I mentioned before, that is because of our launch zone. So we are going to make a maneuver at the ascending node. Bring it anti-normal quite a bit until it reaches 0.0. There we go. It's an 18-second burn, 470 meters per second out of our 2,000. So pretty happy with that. We are going to use Flight Computer to plot that in. RCS taking over on the pointing ourselves towards our maneuver. And I think that might be the end of our RCS fuel. No, we still have plenty. I don't know what that beep was for then. Alright, so now that we are pointed towards our maneuver, we can see there we go. Our maneuver is in 39 minutes, so we can go ahead and time warp our way closer. Anything to see up there? No. Just getting in the sunlight. Facing the wrong way to look at Kerbal. That's okay. There it is. There we are. Flight Computer takes charge of the maneuver. A little over under 2,000 meters per second left in our stage, so we are good. There we go. So now let's clear that maneuver, and let's check our target. Cool. Our relative inclination is
0. Excellent. So now let's go ahead and plot out our maneuver out to Midmas. Making history here today in the Janus project. Unfortunately, we didn't get any of the science from our landing on the Mun, which was quite a letdown. That was going to give us quite a bit to work with, a lot of new parts that we could have done some different things with, different goals, but since we lost that, I'm going to that's why we decided to make this partly a science mission, because we can then use those science gains to come on. Alright, I'm just gonna lock it in here. Whatever, that'll do. Let's go ahead and plot that into flight computer and let that handle. But yeah, that's why I decided to make this a science mission as well. We're going to collect the space high above Midmas as well as space low above Midmas, and that will allow us to take home a bunch of science to unlock parts that will make returning to the Mun a lot easier, because there's still a lot of science we want to grab there. We want to go back and you know, we can't let Bob die in vain. I don't know why we're straying off the marker. That was strange. So let's just go ahead and use our RCS to hold ourselves. Hopefully that didn't change our trajectory too much. Oh, look at that. We got parallax continues on, so it's going to be much shinier. Oh, come on. Much shinier Midmas than normal. Alright, so we overshot our target a little bit, but that's not a problem. We need to make a mid-course correction anyways. And that is because we want to have this in a polar orbit, and we just weren't able to get that kind of accuracy in our first burn. So we want to bring a polar orbit of 300, just below 400 basically. 372 sounds good enough for me. It's relatively 90-ish degrees. That looks good. It's a burn time of 0.1 seconds, and that's pretty low for us. So let's go ahead and lower our throttle 5%. So that's a 2-second burn, much more doable. Point ourselves towards our node in flight computer, and we've got a day until we need to burn, so we've got plenty of time. We don't need to use our RCS to push ourselves forward. We can actually just physics warp, because we had a little bit of momentum that was bringing ourselves that way anyways. All right, with everything set, let's go ahead and time warp our way out to the maneuver. Anything interesting to see over there? No. There we go, 3 minutes to the mark. And burn. Ever so slightly, just changing our approach. And there we have it. Wow, I didn't even hear the engines fire. Okay, so let's first off, let's kill our throttle again, or kill our throttle limiter, I should say. Circularize. That's only going to take 192 meters per second of delta V. We still have 596 in this. This lower lifter is definitely overbuilt. Plot that into flight computer. Once again, we're just going to let time warp. You know what, we have the RCS to spare. We're going to use RCS to bring ourselves over with our maneuver, and then we'll time warp our way to Midmas. There we go. Here it comes. And there we are. We are in the sphere of influence of MODLIST. Oh, we can see it right there. That's cool. Okay, so first thing we want to do is science high in space. And we are going to get quite a bit of this. The farther out from Kerbal you go, the more each experiment yields in science. So we'll be coming back with quite a bit. Let's go ahead and collect that into the science collection bin. And now for the hard part. So let's go ahead and turn on our external lights, and we are going to get Jebediah out into EVA to do an EVA experiment in Bob's honor. Alright, so we are going to take off our parachute momentarily and put on the science experiment. Let go of the craft, grab our RCS. Whew. Quite dangerous, but quite fun as well. And it always helps when we have some lights to see. So, first off, let's go ahead, and do our experiment. Whee! Alright. Ooh, 62.5 science for that. Can we see MODLIST at all? No, that's Kerbal. Oh well. Enough dilly-dallying. Let's go ahead and get ourselves back into the cockpit. Not a lot of room to move around in this cockpit. There we go. Alright, that was fun. So, now what we need to do is get ourselves to our periapsis and drop off the ScanSat satellite, and that will complete our first part of our mission. We're not actually getting paid by any contracts to do any of these that we're doing right now. Ooh, don't time warp faster than I can handle. There you are. It's unfortunate it's so low poly right now. It's just the cameras. We'll take another look at it when we get out on EVA for the second time. Time warp to the maneuver. There we go. That took no time at all. Alright, so we are in a stable 366 kilometer orbit, polar orbit for that. So we're going to take a look at our satellite up front and watch it as we stage. Never mind. We need to look backwards. I forgot that the next stage was to get rid of our lifting engines. I thought we would have gotten rid of it beforehand. I had a momentary heart attack that we just did something else. But anyways, unfortunately we weren't able to see the explosion except for the final bits. But our, so we can look on Valentina's screen. We are now in our, what would have been our transfer stage had our lifter stage not been so absolutely overpowered. So let's go ahead and point ourselves. There we go. Let's point ourselves radial in. Can we do that? There we go. We'll point ourselves radial inwards, and then we are going to drop off our satellite, but not before deploying it. There we go. Get all the communication dishes. And we're going to go ahead and start the scanning arm aspect of it now. So that way when we drop it off, we don't have to do anything else. It is already doing the work for us. So there we go. As we can see, we got rid of that. I wonder, can you see, Valentina, can you see it through your window? Get a better view of it? Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's fun. Alright, so now what we want to do is we want to point ourselves retrograde. Do we want to point? You know what? No, let's. Yeah, no, it's fine. That's fine. Point ourselves retrograde. Looking good. And we are now going to fire until we bring our periapsis down into low space. There we go. We're going to bring it to 19.7 kilometers. I know space in low space starts a lot higher than that, but I like a nice, clean, low pass. There we go. Oh. Just saw it peek through our window. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do science in low space. Yeah, quite a lot from that. 48, 32. Saw 100 in there somewhere. There we are for the material studies. Yeah. Ooh, that's going to be good. Alright, and let's go ahead and collect that into the unit. And get Jebediah out of his seat one more time. This time he can actually hop out of the... unbuckle himself. But I don't see a door here. Nope. I don't see a door, so he'll just have to use the menu. Alright, so he still has the experiment in his inventory. Leave that up for a second. Let's go ahead and let go. RCS our way back. It's a nice shot as well. Ah, that's fun. Alright, we're going to perform all science. 32 science for the crew report. And 100 for that one. Alright, so because our cameras are so bad, I do want to get... Hold on. We need to get closer to our ship. Where's our ship? Valentina? Okay. I'm sorry, Valentina. I'm gonna come back. Okay. Okay, back again at our ship. But what I was saying before is I want to get a good view of Minmus. Ah, it's beautiful. I haven't even spawned myself here. I've just never seen it since getting the new updated parallax. We're not gonna be able to see it now, but the flats are also quite updated. But that will have to be for another episode, another mission. We're gonna bring ourselves out here again. I feel like crewed missions are the best for us, but we may take a stab at the Minmus Probes program, and because that was very lucrative for the KXP crowd, so it may be worth our while to do that in addition to crewed programs. But anyways, now with nothing else left to do, let's go ahead and point ourselves prograde, and we're just going to extend our apoapsis out until it leaves the sphere of influence, like so. So now we have this huge orbit around Kerbal. So we're going to take our apoapsis here. We're going to plot in our return maneuver. We have enough life support to handle such a wide orbit, and so even though it's going to be several days, 24 days until our burn, we'll be able to have enough life support to survive. We are going to bring our periapsis down to 42 kilometers, as we like to do, and let Flight Computer handle the rest. Alright, nothing else left to do but time warp our way forward. Say goodbye to Minmus. We see it through the screen for the last time. This has been fun. This has been a fun episode. It was a lot of testing because of using the new DE plus MAS IVA cockpit and having to try to do MechJeb's auto launch for myself. I had to kind of learn that system as well. So this was a lot of testing, and most of that testing didn't go right because I just wasn't familiar enough with the craft. But the last test worked out, and so it gave me hope that as long as I, did right and flew well, we could get it done. And so I'm glad that we did. Now the most important part is we have to get Jeb and Valentina back home. Here we are in a massive orbit of Kerbal. Let's go ahead and kill our time warp for now. And we are going to do one more thing. Unfortunately, we do have to get Jebediah out of the cockpit yet again. Because I realized I forgot to put his parachute back in. There we go. Then we can just board. We don't have to let go or anything. Nice. Alright. Yeah, without putting his parachute back in place, I would have potentially lost him as well. So now, let's time warp our way to the maneuver and bring him home.
Alright, periapsis of 44 will do us nicely. So we're going to turn on our SAS, point ourselves retrograde, which we're basically there already, but we'll be pointing the opposite way once we get closer to Kerbin's atmosphere. So we want to make sure that we already have our SAS programmed in by the time we get there. Okay. Altitude 132 kilometers, just above the surface. There we see there. I'm going to turn on our other cameras. That's a good one too. Get to see all of our cameras coming in. And see, once we hit the atmosphere, we're going to go ahead and stage. There we are. Nothing but our heat shield to take the brunt of the Firefly re-entry effects. And we'll be able to see it all around us as we go. Hopefully we don't run into this, because we did actually let that go in the atmosphere as opposed to in space, where it would give it a slightly different trajectory than our own. But nonetheless, sit back, relax, grab your popcorn, and enjoy the re-entry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are well clear of our lower stage debris. Kind of wish that more of the heating effect was visible through this camera, the downwards facing camera right there. Oh, that's kind of nice. Turn to this one instead. Yeah, be able to see that nice plasma effect. But it does seem to be dissipating, which means that we are slowing down enough to at least be escaping the atmosphere once again. So we might have to come in on a second pass. However, we have plenty of life support, so there's no fear about that. And our battery's doing pretty good as well. So let's go ahead and physics warp our way out of the atmosphere. And time warp our way back into it. There we go. And on this last pass, I do believe that this should be enough to bring us down. And then all we have to do is make sure and hope that our parachutes don't deploy too soon, that they get ripped up in the atmosphere, leaving us with nothing but our personal parachutes. Oh, thank you, ground proximity warning. Indeed means that we are on an impact trajectory. We'll be landing today. And once again, the heat is gone. What do you think, Jebediah? You think we're gonna make it safe? Alright, so it says that our chutes are safe to deploy, but I'm going to wait until we get a little bit lower to arm them, just in case arming them instantly deploys them. I feel like a little more comfortable a little bit lower. Alright, I'm going to arm them now. We're just going to keep an eye on chutes. So 2,500 are, there we go. Our drogue chutes have deployed. So, and our main chutes have deployed. Yes. So, as long as we are able to slow down in enough time. There they are opening. Vertical velocity dropping. Impact speed dropping. And our vertical velocity is now negative 5.11, so I believe we can safely say that we are going to touch down. Well, safely. Let's time warp our way down.
300. 200. 100. 50. 25. 10. 5.
Yay! Touchdown. Valentina, Jebediah, well done. Successful mission. We're going to go ahead and bring you on home. Look at what kind of science we have, and then we're going to bring this episode to a close. Whew! 721.5 science. Wow! I expected a good chunk of science, but I did not know it would be anywhere near that much. So that is good. Jebediah getting some ribbons for his EVA attempts. Unfortunately, Valentina didn't get any EVA opportunities there because I just honestly I didn't want to risk her either. She had enough troubles. I guess, maybe it wasn't so good to risk Jebediah, because then Valentina would have had to see 2 of her colleagues lost to space. But thankfully, we didn't lose anybody today. And in fact, we successfully completed the milestone of the first Kerbal EVA around Minmus, as well as first satellite in polar orbit of Minmus. Ooh, we may have locked ourselves out of the programs. Oh no, I didn't think about that. Because we couldn't have performed a crewed flyby of Minmus, or we could not have orbited Minmus with a probe. So we did not do that correctly, unfortunately, and hopefully the KSP crowd learns from our mistake there. But nonetheless, we will be
doing some more stuff in the next episode. I'm not sure. We may go back to the Mun, given the fact that we now have a massive amount of science. We're going to be able to unlock a lot of cool new parts. We might do a rover on the Mun. We might send Kerbals to MODLIST now that we are no longer restricted to the program. However, funding will become an issue soon enough, so we will have to keep an eye on that and act appropriately. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space Program in first person. So, first off, we have 762.9 science. Let's just jump in right now and spend some of that. So the first thing I do know that I want is this heavy command module that gives us Mach 3 command pod. It also gives us a little lunar excursion module, you know, a station piece, and a couple other options for different capacity crews. This one is a 4 capacity, but we want the Mach 3. However, we can't unlock that until we get specialized control. I'm assuming it's specialized control that locks that. So let's go ahead and get this. This one's great. It gives us better, bigger reaction wheels, as well as this probe core, which has every single maneuver available. So full control with that. Research. There we go. Ooh, unmanned tech. We'll wait on that. So we want to grab the heavy command module, which is going to take about half of our remaining science, but it will be worth it to be able to get 3 Kerbals to and from a place. Next thing we want is going to be this advanced exploration, because mainly it gives us the mobile processing lab, which means that we'll be able to start putting in and a lot of other station pieces, space station pieces, as well as a jumbo Kerbal can. This holds 10, and that'll be great for missions where we need to take a lot of Kerbals, such as tourist contracts. But primarily we want this rover, this Lynx. It's part of the ASAT feline rover system, or maybe it's not ASAT, but just the feline rover system mod. It's quite a good one, so we're going to grab that. And that does not leave us any more science except for these ones right here. And so I think we are going to take landing. That gives us better landing gear for our capsules, as well as some Lynx pieces that we can add to help us land, as well as some Falcon gears and New Shepard lands. So these are actually even more than the landing struts. These ones will be great for our missions. We're just going to unlock these 2 structures right there. So that is all we can do, unfortunately. However, we now have enough to launch another mission to the Mun, potentially MODLIST as well, but I think MODLIST might have to wait, because we do have a contract right here to bring a Munstone back with us, as well as to crash a probe on the Mun, but we might do that off camera, because that's just impact. So let's go ahead and hop into mission control, see if there's anything that is doable for us, that we can make some money, because we do not have a lot. You know what? I think we only have 2 available contracts, and I think we're going to take the Launch the Kerbal Space Station, as well as to launch the MINMIS station, because we can use the same craft for both of these. We're gonna take that, we're gonna take that. We can use the same craft for both of those, and just send it, once we get into orbit of Kerbin, it'll satisfy the first contract, and then we can just send it over to MINMIS from there. Gonna cancel this contract because I just really don't want to deal with that right now. And we're gonna put this one on as well, build a new orbital station around Kerbin, and I believe that will solve that. So, turns out I thought we were going to be landing on the Mun today, but I think we might work on getting a space station in orbit of MINMIS. I think that might be the best usage of our resources right now. We can start working on producing science while we focus on gathering the stuff from the Mun. So let's hop into the vehicle assembly building. It's probably going to be a bit of tinkering around with stuff, so I may speed through the footage or I may just show you what I've built. But either way, we'll be getting started on this mission as soon as possible, weather permitting. So I'll see you soon. Alright, so this is what we came up with. Obviously the bottom lower lift here, nothing too interesting to see. For our mid-stage and main engine for our station, we have the Marlin vacuum engine followed by Rockomax fuel tank. We've got some RCS here, and buried in between here is a stack of the recycling bits. So you got the air filters, 2 water splitters, 2 water purifiers, and so on and so forth. And then around the edges here we have some TAC life support. All in all, giving us a max amount. If we have this thing fully stocked with Kerbals, it'll only give us 2 years. But with the amount of crew that we're going to have on it just now and, you know, for the foreseeable future, we got about 8 years, 218 days, 5 hours, and 15 minutes. So that is good. Oh, actually, no, take that back. We have 6 years, 276 days, 0 hours, 15 minutes. And that is because our wastewater will fill up by that point. I think I want to throw some more batteries on here, so we're just going to do that right now. Alright, moving on up, we've got a hitchhiker storage container and a station core, as well as some docking port juniors, and those are simply because those are required for the contract. These docking port juniors aren't going to be a lot of help with what we want to make later, so we may either update these docking ports later with an engineer and bring them out and doing some EVA construction, or we may just have to deprecate the space station for something else once we get better tech. But moving on up, we've got this lovely little panorama observation module, not necessary for the contract. However, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Then we have, of course, the mobile processing lab, and this is the meat and potatoes of why we're here. This is going to be extracting the science from the space above MINMIS, actually the space above Kerbin as well, and then space high and low above Kerbin, space high and low above MINMIS, and then process it for extra science gains. We have here the Mach 3 to 9 RIA orbital command pod. I believe this is from Far Future Technologies. And oh wow, I am loving this command pod. I had never used it before this build right here, and I'm excited to show you the IVA that comes with. So that's fun. We have an experiment here. I don't know what this is from. I think maybe Far Future Stations or Station Science, something along the lines. But we have a plant science that we can run. And we have this little experiment return unit, but that's mainly just to organize science if I need to store it somewhere before putting it into the mobile processing lab. Got a probodobidine hex and a fly-by-wire avionics hub
to control the probe, the probe control aspect of it. We got some 4 high gain antennas, and those have a distance of 80 million meters. And then all of the experiments that we had available. Unfortunately, we only have some low-tech solar panels. I really wish the low-tech solar panels and the low-tech docking ports are the downfall of this craft, but all in all, in our test, it ran pretty well. So as long as we fly it correctly, this should be an interesting mission. It is named the MODLIST Informational Science Station, and we have a crew. We're going to have Jebediah and Bill piloting this, and we have 2 new scientists, 2 of the 3 scientists that we hired on here. They are going to be in the mobile processing lab once we get to orbit, but for the ride up, they're going to get the joy of riding in the panorama observation module right here. Real fast before we go, I do want to take the scientists and give them EVA experiments, because I think that'll be pretty useful. And for Bill, he is going to get some EVA repair kits. There we go. Alright, that is good. So with all that said and done, everything finalized, we are ready to go. And as you see here in the bottom left, this rocket is going to cost $345,000 of our $358. So hopefully these contracts pay well enough, because we are about to bankrupt our whole space agency. But it'll be worth it for the name of science. Anyways, I will see you in just a second out on the launch pad. Alright, so here we are once again on the launch pad at the proving ground, and a note on one of the windows reminding us to please fix this crack. So that is encouraging. But anyways, with nothing else left to do, let's go ahead and stage. We don't have any of our warning systems, like the altitude warning or the ground proximity. Ooh, starting to do our rotate. This is all going to be handled automatically via the MechJeb auto ascent. So for now, we're just going to sit back, relax, and watch our approach to orbit. We can actually get up out of our seat and walk around, giving us a much better view. I love the free IVA mod. That's what allows you to unbuckle yourself and walk up. I hope I'm not tipping the rocket over with my movement. Glorious. Alright, I can't wait. I am so excited for this mission.
Oh, some heating is starting to build up as we are starting to approach orbital speed. It's a little extra worrisome knowing that there's a crack in the window. Oh, well, there goes our lower stage. We can see it explode. No, they don't explode. Never mind. They just drop down. Whew. Okay. Let's keep our arms and legs inside the ride at all time. Heating starting to dissipate as we get higher up into the atmosphere, no longer affected by such aerodynamics. And as our apoapsis reaches our targeted height, MechJeb goes ahead and plots in the maneuver. Let's go ahead. We can turn on RCS to help us align with our target a little better. And once we align with that, MechJeb will take over on the time warp, bringing us closer to our maneuver, saving us plenty of time. There we go, time warp takes over, brings us up to our apoapsis, and then automatically handles the burn for us. There we go. I was waiting. Automatically handles the burn for us. We've got over 1,000 delta V in our stage, and it's only going to take 200 some odd to finish the rest of our maneuver. So, all in all, we're looking pretty good. We're going to be able to utilize this engine to bring us out to mid-miss. And there you have it. We slowly bring ourselves into a stable orbit at 110 kilometers even. Nice. So we can go ahead and turn off RCS for right now. And let's take a look at our missions, our contracts here. So, as we see here, the Kerbal space station has completed all of the basic requirements, and now all we need to do is let it shake out for a day, 6 hours, and then we will have completed that contract. And what kind of money do we have right now? Oh, we did get some money for that. Where did we get that money from? Oh, because we have the heavy launches, so. There we go, time warp takes over. Brings us up to our apoapsis. And then, automatically handles the burn for us. There we go. I was waiting. Automatically handles the burn for us. We've got over 1,000 delta V in our stage, and it's only going to take 200 some odd to finish the rest of our maneuver. So, all in all, we're looking pretty good. We're going to be able to utilize this engine to bring us out to mid-miss. And there you have it. We slowly bring ourselves into a stable orbit at 110 kilometers even. Nice. So we can go ahead and turn off RCS for right now. Alright, so let's look at our contracts. If we see here at the Launch Kerbal Space Station, we have completed the first two parts, which is basically to build it correctly and to get into the correct orbit. And now all we need to do is let it shake out and have a stable orbit for 1 day and roughly 6 hours. And then we will have completed that contract, and we can work on sending this out to MODLIST. As we see here, it has all the parts necessary, can support the 4 Kerbals, has the power generators and the station core and habitat, as well as it is a research vessel. So as soon as we get it into an orbit below 30 kilometers and orbit time for 2 days, but orbit time doesn't matter because that is its final resting point. So we will have completed both of those contracts and hopefully regained all the money we spent on this. So first thing I want to do is deploy everything. As we see here, our communication dishes are now out. Our solar panels were deployed automatically by MechJeb. Don't like it, but that's what happens. And so now, as we see here, we're not, I was going to do all these science to put into the science lab, but we cannot at the moment. So let's go ahead and switch over to our scientists. Hey guys, how you doing? Happy as clams. Alright. Alright. So now, time for them to get out. Take one last look at Kerbal. There we go. Take one last look at Kerbal. And then get to work. So, let's see. Is it this way? Oh, no, this is the station core. But there's some cool things to see here. It's a nicely designed IVA. One fun thing we can do is grab this. Let's check out the lower section, the hitchhiker's canister. Not as fancy, but still good. It's got food, not food in it. Everything you need. Ready for liftoff. Whoo! Nice. Propulsion. Even throwing it gives us a little bit of propulsion. Anyways, let's get to work. So all we need to do is take our scientists, come on in here and find ourselves a nice little seat. There we are. There we go. With our scientists aboard, we can now do that science once more, and now we have the option to process it in the mobile lab for a considerable amount more than it would have been. So we're going to just drop all of that into the lab, and we're going to get them to start working on it. So now we still need to orbit for a day and roughly 5 hours and 53 minutes now, but we can actually work on the next part of our maneuver, and that is to target MODLIST. And we're going to go into the map mode and plot in our inclination change. There are ways to do this without going into map mode. However, I feel like since they have stable communications with the KSC as well as probe control, it makes sense that they'd be able to allow someone else to plot the maneuver for them. We're going to let MechJeb execute that as well. So yeah, so there's nothing else left to do except time warp our way to our maneuver, change our relative inclination, and then wait out the rest of the shakeout. So I will see you shortly. banging around back there. And with that, our relative inclination has dropped below 1, which is good to see. So now all we need to do is wait for our shakeout to happen. This was why the observation deck was absolutely worth it. And there we have it. Contract has been completed. All right, Bob. Time to get back to work. Oh, hey guys. How y'all doing? All right, back once again and in the helm. There we have it. Alright, so now with Jeb back in control, let's go ahead and plot in our maneuver to get us out to mid-miss. We are already at the right inclination, so there's no point in waiting any further. Alright, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go ahead and execute the next node. We're going to turn on RCS to turn ourselves there. We only got a couple minutes. But it's only going to take us 899 delta V. We have 646 in this stage, so we will have to separate our lower boosters, but that'll give us a decent push on towards mid-miss. We'll turn on our floodlights for now, get some light in here. Alright, now we are time warping our way. It's a short move to our maneuver. And there we go. So, MechJeb should be able to handle this. I will need to stage it. Here's our Delta V. And it is about to be out. And stage. There should be some explosives on it. Yep, there we go. So that is taken care of. No more space debris for us. And so now it's just a matter of burning our way until we make it to our target. And there we go. Our final approach is 38.81 kilometers, but as we noticed from our mission, whoops, we want to actually clear this node. We don't want We don't want any more changes. Oh, yeah, that changed us considerably. Yeah, 400. Okay, maybe it didn't change us considerably. Just okay. So we are going to point ourselves prograde and bring in our approach ever so slightly. Turn on RCS to help move our way there. Alright, point ourselves prograde. There we go. And burn ever so slightly. Let's turn down our throttle, actually. Really just butter this in. Ooh, alright. Let's just... one more. There we go. That's decent enough. 27 kilometers above the surface. We're going to check in map mode just to confirm. There we go. And let's just go ahead and add our circularization burn here. And we'll change our inclination later. Execute our next node. However, I think we're going to do something real fast. Let's time warp our way. We're going to break through the time warp that it wants to do, and we're going to time warp our way right here. There we go, and we can allow it to do the rest of its time warp. We're going to do our second set of science in space high above Kerbal. We're going to add that to our mobile processing lab. There we go. We don't have a way of doing it in the IVA mode, but we do have scientists aboard, so we're going to allow it to clean the experiments in the mobile science processing lab. Mobile science processing lab. That's what it's called. Let's make sure our execute next node is attached. Yep. All right. So we are all set. We can turn that off. Ooh, time warping fast to the maneuver. Okay, all right. We're starting to get close. There we go. Oh, you know what? I never turned down the throttle limiter. So let's go ahead. Let's actually kill that. There we go. What's our altitude? We're too low. All right. So we're going to change this around, actually. I ended up time warping a little too close to where I wanted to be. So let's take our periapsis. And we're going to bring it so we can get into high space again. Let's turn our throttle limiter back to 100%. Now we'll allow it to execute that node instead. Alright, yeah, so this wasn't planned. So unfortunately, we may... Nah, we're not going to run out of fuel. We've got a 1300. We're good. Let's go ahead and do our science, because I believe we're in space near. Yes, we are. And there we are, coming in for a landing. Bring all those into the mobile processing lab. There we are. So now we're going to do one more thing before we call it quits here. Well, two more things. We're going to get ourselves up into space high. And there we have it. So we've got a ton of science for those scientists to work on. And there's nothing else we need them to do now. So let's go ahead and bring our orbit back down to 27 kilometers. And once again, plot that into MechJeb. And there we have it. Our orbit is now below 30 kilometers, which is what was required for this RCS. We don't need you on. We can actually kill everything there. And in fact, let's just go ahead and turn off the engine. And we are going to point ourselves retrograde. So I feel like that's a nice way to go. And can we rotate to see anything? There we are. Hi, Midmiss. Excellent. Okay, so now we have 1 day, 2 hours to go. So now Bill can go ahead and get out of his seat and once more go back to the viewing module. And Jeb actually can join him as well because their job is done. For now, they can just hang out and relax while the scientists do their work. And then soon enough, they'll have another mission for them to do. Because we are going to need to grab science off the surface of Minmus and bring it back here as well. So I'm thinking maybe in the next episode, if we don't go to the Mun in the next episode, maybe we land something on Minmus. Ugh, that's so fun. And there we have it. We have successfully completed the launch of the Minmus Station contract. Ooh, so we wanted to do this one in addition, but I did neglect to see that we needed 2 tourists on the station. However, I'm glad that we didn't have those tourists on the station because then they would now be in orbit of Minmus, which would make it a lot harder to rescue them and bring them home. So I'm glad that we didn't complete that. We can do that later, and we'll have a space station around Kerbal, which will probably be pretty good for tourism. So I'm pretty excited about that. And as we see here, our science is increasing because our scientists are working. So this will just produce science, built it up, and while we do other things, while we send other missions either to the Mun or here, they're just going to continuously work until they've created 500 points of science, in which case then we can communicate back with Kerbal, send all that science home, and get 500 amounts of science. But they have so much data that they can do that 500 amount of science multiple times. So this will be very lucrative for us moving forward. But anyways, like I said, in the next episode, we are going to figure out where we want to go from here, whether or not to go back to the MUN for the science that we missed out on, or to just pursue Min-Miss and keep going forward. But if you have any suggestions or have any comments about the series, I would love to hear your thoughts, so let me know down in the comments below. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back to KSP POV, where we play Kerbal Space Program in first person. So, unfortunately with today's episode, my voiceover in the moment when we were playing, for some reason didn't want to capture, and so I'm gonna have to do this voiceover after the fact like I do our third person perspective ones. A little unfortunate. I had a lot of fun in this episode, and I feel like missing out on that was fairly unfortunate. However, we still have quite an episode, quite a mission for you today, and I'm excited to get started. Here is the craft. It is the Min-Miss International Space Station hopper. This is designed to land on Min-Miss, gather a bunch of science, and then come up and rendezvous with the space station. On today's roster, we have Valentina Kerman as the pilot, but we're also going to bring Roani, our scientist, as well, so we can head straight for the surface of Min-Miss and then rendezvous with the craft afterwards. But in order to collect the science that we need to collect, we're going to need a scientist on board to reset the experiments. We're also going to take one of these mobile or EVA science experiments, and then I start thinking about all the other parts that we have. We have some breaking ground science that we can do, so I'm thinking about attaching some of these pieces to the side of our craft. Unfortunately, we don't have the ground passive slamometer, which is pretty useful early on, because when you end up discarding stages into the surface, it will accrue science that way. So it is a little unfortunate that we don't have that, because that would be nice to just put on immediately. So our next flight starts gathering that science, but we're gonna have to do that in a future flight once we have more science to actually unlock it. But nonetheless, we're bringing a control module, because you need that to make science. We're bringing a solar panel, 2 solar panels actually, and a mystery goo unit. So that'll do us pretty well. There are no heat shields, decouplers, or parachutes on this, because this is not the return craft. This is solely meant to be shuttled back and forth between Min-Miss and the space station. We've got some pretty beefy landing legs here, the new Shepard landing legs. Kind of like them, very futuristic. And they're a little more stable than those little fold-down ones. However, we do still need to make sure that we don't land on a slope that's too high, because we do have a fairly tall rocket, and so that makes it more likely to tip over. So moving on to our transfer stage, it's not much. In our test, we didn't really need too much to get into orbit and land. So as we remove this, we can see that we have the Marlin engine. I don't know which mod that's from. I believe Near Future, but I could be mistaken. But yeah, just enough delta V to, because we're going to use part of the lower stage to get ourselves to Min-Miss, so just enough delta V to circularize and land. Let's put that back here. Our lower stage, nothing really to write home about. We've used this in countless episodes now. So just the octopus engine, the Tundra tank, and we have 2 side boosters, just little small ones to help us with a little extra oomph on liftoff. And so that is about it. It took me a while of building and testing to get it right, and I'm pretty happy with it. We utilized all the technology that we have available, and now that we have the space station with the mobile processing lab, we'll be able to unlock better parts fairly soon. But anyways, here we are on the launch pad. New day dawns. Colors are gorgeous, and will make for a nice little launch window. So we're using the DE-MAS IVA mod, which is pretty advanced features, but I feel like we're far enough into the series we can have some high-tech screens. Before we get the pilot seat set up though, let's just go ahead and hop into the scientist seat. Ronnie Kerman can go ahead and get his set up because he doesn't have to do as much as the pilot does. So we're just going to get our cameras here so we can look at stuff. As we zoom in here, we see that we've got the MODLIST flag. That's from the mod that I put together. Link will be in the description. But minimalist flags for every Kerbal body in the system. So for today, we've got the minty green minimalist one. So I'm just going to get my cameras up because we're just going to kind of watch our ascent as we go. Because we got this nice viewing window here. And we've got cameras in different directions so we can see all around us. So with that done, we hop out of our seat real fast, make sure that free IVA is working. Sometimes it bugs out and you have to use the target screen to exit. So it's nice to check right before we go. But it depends on which pod you're in, because if you're in a pod that faces upside down, then you may fall out of your seat. So anyways, we are going to be utilizing the MechJeb integration of the DE part of the MAS, the DE-MAS mod, and that is going to allow us to auto launch into our desired orbit and inclination of 0, and so that makes it, you know, as efficient as possible. The computer's handling it. I haven't gotten a hang of the MechJeb screen in the third-person perspective, but I am getting, it is pretty easy in the IVA perspective. So we confirm with Mission Command that we are clear for takeoff. And we flip the switch, and we are on our way. And so now that we're using MechJeb, our entire launch is going to be handled for us, so we don't need to really focus on the pilot all that much, us personally anyways. And so we're going to hang out with Ronnie Kerman and watch his view as we can see all screens, all parts of our visible aspects available to us. We have a nice little turn. I am speeding up the footage a bit so that way we can get moseying on to the next part of our mission, because we have launched to orbit several times and don't necessarily need to go through that every single time. However, it was kind of pretty with this this viewing window and the two cameras seeing the world tilt below you. And we're starting to get some heating effects because we are taking the most efficient path possible, which means that we're burning in the atmosphere quite a bit. And Firefly is not just re-entry effects, but any heating effect with the atmosphere. And pretty soon after that, we are no longer in that tough part of the atmosphere, so we can just time warp our way into space. MechJeb handles are pointing towards the maneuver, and then time warps our way up to the apoapsis, takes care of the burn for us, and before we know it, we are in orbit. So that was very easy. I'm pretty happy with that. We're probably going to end up utilizing that a little bit more, especially since we've gotten to orbit on camera several times before, and so we can utilize less of the time about focusing on that, and more of the time focusing on different parts of the mission that we haven't seen as much. But nonetheless, we haven't gone to MODLIST very much, so I will show that we are changing our inclination to match it, because that is the best way of achieving a rendezvous. Not just with a planet though. Keep in mind that when you're trying to rendezvous with a craft out in orbit, that lining up your inclination and getting on the same exact plane will help out tremendously. So it's going to take roughly around 200 delta V of our 1200 which is not great, but beautiful viewing window. So now we can go ahead and open up our different screen here, go into orbit, and then that allows us to plot in our maneuver at the top. I'm hovering right by it. There you go. No, keep going right to the center. There you go. So we're plotting in our maneuver. We click auto. For some reason it doesn't automatically hit, so we're gonna hit that again, and then it turns on. And MechJeb points us towards our target automatically. I have a probe core on this craft. I was hoping to use remote tech for this, but I have a probe core on this craft. Unfortunately, it is a probe core that's, I believe, from the near future mod, and it does not integrate with remote tech. So even though we do have some probe control, if there were no Kerbals aboard, we would be able to fly it and everything, but it doesn't integrate with remote tech, so we don't have access to flight computer, unfortunately, which is why we needed to take Valentina with us. So I bring up this screen, the target screen, which is very useful. It has our relative inclination. For some reason, the other monitors weren't presenting the screen that I was familiar with when it comes to rendezvousing with a planet, but nonetheless, I was thankful to have this one right here. As you see from our relative inclination is dropping, and once it gets to 0, we will be ready to head out. So now we're gonna plot in our transfer burn, and it does take me quite a bit to kind of find the exact part that I want, so I'm just gonna go ahead and show you what we landed with, and that is 48 kilometers above the surface. We're gonna come in. It does, however, take 904 of our 996 meters per second of delta V, so that is pretty good, considering that I was hoping to utilize the most of our lower lifting stage as possible. So let's go ahead and plot that into MechJeb and start heading out. Has anyone spotted the problem yet? I'll give you a second to think about it, but there is it's definitely a problem here. I haven't figured it out yet. So if you have, then more clever than I. But with that, we get to our maneuver and we start burning our way out. So we're going slower than I had anticipated, considering the fact that we have an octopus engine, which is a lifting stage. In a vacuum, it should be pushing us very fast with a high thrust to weight ratio towards our target. So the problem that some of you may have noticed is that we are no longer on our lifting stage. We're actually in our transfer stage that I had talked about, basically only having a little bit of fuel because all it really needed to do was circularize, because we're going to use our lifting stage to transfer us to Minmus. But lifting stage is no longer there, so now we are using our transfer stage, which was supposed to get us into orbit. So now we're basically going to be using our landing stage to get ourselves into orbit and then landing. And then at that point, who knows if we're going to have enough fuel to get back into orbit and then rendezvous with the space station. So already things are starting to go awry. And I realized this after the fact, much later. I realized this is because of those pieces that I put on. You remember at the beginning when I tacked on the extra science experiments? Well, it turns out each one of those has weight. They each, have mass. Here my approach didn't come in as I desired, so I'm gonna point myself prograde and just kind of butter it in and just ever so slightly tap the throttle. But yeah, so those science experiments have mass to them, and any amount of mass added onto a rocket will change its delta V. I added 4 whole containers, 2 solar experiments, or 2 solar panels, experiment and experiment manager, plus the pods to hold them. So that's a significant amount of weight right there. and I didn't test. You know, I did all my tests. You know, it worked out very well, and then so I just was like, oh, I forgot to add some science experiments. Let me just throw those on there, and I didn't test yet again. I was just too anxious to get to the mission. So, unfortunately, we're gonna be approaching with a lot less fuel than I had planned for. Thankfully, our lander does have quite a bit of Delta V in it, so we don't have any problem. We shouldn't have any problem circularizing or landing, but getting back into orbit may be a challenge. So we'll have to deal with that when we get there. So I'm coming in at a pretty high inclination. I kind of want to land on one of those flat C's, so we're going to just lower our inclination ever so slightly, come a little more equatorial. And that gives us a few more options for our landing zones. However, our burn is a 0.1 second burn, and that is very fast, as I'm sure you know, and therefore not very accurate. So we're going to have to turn down our throttle, limit our thrust, but as I'm looking around, I'm not seeing the option in here. Typically in some IVA mods, they have a little dial that you can tune down your throttle, but the DE plus MAS does not. So unfortunately, we are going to have to go into third-person perspective in order to change the throttle limiter on our engine. However, I don't feel great about going into third person because, you know, that's KXP Crowd's deal. So how we're going to compromise with this is we're going to get our scientist out on EVA, and we're going to position him directly in front of the engine. And so, you know, for all intents and purposes, he is the one that is adjusting the throttle. And there we have it, the Marlin engine in all its glory. I love to see that it has some detail to it, the little tubes going to the different places. It's very nice. I've been appreciating a lot of the engine models in RP1, and it's fun to see them in the other series as well. But anyways, we got ourselves positioned in front of the engine, so we're going to go into third person, right click on the engine, lower the thrust down to about 1, and then hop back into Roni's view, and then bring him back home. Oh, bring him back to the craft. So that's my compromise, because we need to limit the throttle. A 0.1 second burn is just too small for how much thrust these things give, and I don't want to overburn. I don't want to keep spending all that Delta V trying to make the most minute changes possible. So I feel like that was a good enough compromise. We're going to do a little bit of science here because we have a new experiment that we haven't gotten any the science above Kerbal. So we're going to go ahead and grab that, put that into our inventory, and then hop aboard. So very successful job. Nice EVA, Roni. It was his first. This is his first launch, so he's first time in space, but also first EVA, and it worked out great. I do have some maneuver nodes stuck on my screen. For some reason, there was a bug in our map mode where we couldn't get rid of a previous trajectory line, previous maneuver line. So things are already starting to be a little funky. And then when I get back into our pilots thing and I look at our life support, I realize we've actually burnt more than I would have imagined that we burnt. And then so I take a look at my life support monitoring screen, and I realize we only have 4 days worth of life support that we can travel with before our Kerbals start dying. And that doesn't make any sense because we should have had life support attached to the craft. And as we see in our map mode, we're not even going to reach mid-miss for 14 days. Essentially, we just sent a coffin. So, having to react quickly, we're going to have to abort this mission. I could have sworn that I put life support on this, but in all of my tests, I guess I never quite ran out of life support because I never did the full mission in one. I tested several parts of the mission in separate bits, but never the whole thing. And so my Kerbals never died, but they definitely will this time. So we get Roni out, position him in front of the engine again. It's a little tough to cancel out his velocity, but we're going to need him to turn that engine right back up to full throttle. There we go. Good job, Roni. Now get back into the capsule. We are on a trajectory headed out to mid-miss, and if we don't fix this now, it's going to take us way too much time to fix it later and get back to Kerbal. So we need to act quickly. Switching into the map mode, we're going to cancel our current maneuver and plot this one in 6 minutes. 6 minutes time. We're going to change it around so it drops our periapsis to about 42 kilometers. Thankfully, we'll be landing on the day side, which will be nice, but it is, we didn't really have any choices here. So rather than plotting it into MechJeb, I decide to handle the burn myself. And we're just going to point ourselves towards our maneuver. Thankfully, Valentina is now a high enough level of a pilot that she can point herself towards the maneuver. Now, you know what? Actually, come to think of it, that's not from Valentina. That is from that probe core that I told you. It's not completely worthless. It's just worthless in regards to remote tech. But yeah, it's the probe core that's pointing us there. So with that, we run out of fuel in our lower stage. We flip on to our landing stage, and that will handle the rest of the burn. I cut my burn because I thought I was done, but apparently I wasn't. But when I keep burning, it brings my periapsis up. So I'm going to have to fix that. Our periapsis is 146 kilometers, so we will not be entering the atmosphere yet. So let's go to roughly to our apoapsis. Not quite, but we're going to burn retrograde there and make that adjustment. Thankfully, we are in a low enough orbit that it's not going to take very long, so we're not in danger of running out of life supplies, but still very stressed nonetheless. So quick little burn, and that brings us to where we want to be. Let's point ourselves retrograde so that way we can hold that when we approach. But there's not really much left to do except for time warp our way to the surface. We get our landing screen up, and we're going to put our landing screen up here as well. It gives us access to not just our nav ball in the map, but our stats as well, apoapsis and altitude. So we time warp our way close, let ourselves flip around retrograde, and prepare for the worst re-entry that I think I've done this entire series. But like I mentioned in the beginning of the craft, this wasn't meant to come into the atmosphere. I don't even have action groups to deploy to stow away anything. So thankfully I was able to stow away my solar panels before we go. But there's no parachutes, there's no heat shield, there's no decoupler. I have to just bring this down as it is, and I'm hoping that I can use the fuel that's in my tank to power land, and that is the goal. Unfortunately, re-entry effects had other plans, so it burnt off our entire lower stage, and now we are nothing but our capsules. Thankfully, Roni didn't explode with the rest of it, or Valentina for that matter. So we have control of both pilots, but the pod temperature is rising because, like I mentioned, there is no heat shield. So we're going to have to do the spin maneuver, and that allows the heat to kind of spread around the craft and not focus on one part in particular. If you are coming back through an atmosphere and are worried about burning up, try the spin technique. It does help. Don't spin too fast, otherwise you won't be really spreading that heat out anywhere. So you kind of have to keep a hold of your spin, keep an eye on your temperatures. But this is all we can do. This is we have no way of re-entering safely. We have no contingency plans for this mission, which is not great. We need to start you know, we've already lost Kerbals. We need to start having our contingency plans for the contingency plans. You know, we should have never sent up a lander, fully crewed lander, without some sort of fail-safe of being able to bring them back home. So the heating effect has dissipated a little bit. We are heading back up towards our apoapsis of 69 kilometers, but because our apoapsis is within the atmosphere, that means that we are heading back up, but we are falling right back down again. So we're going to have to go through the thickest part of the atmosphere yet again and ride the heat to safety. But this is already very nerve-wracking. When I was recording my voice in the moment, I was pointing out the fact that I had no idea how it was going to happen, what was going to go on, or if my plan was even worth it. But I was pointing out the fact that, like, you know, I could have reverted to launch. You know, I could have gone back to the VAB and put some parachutes on this, or put more fuel in, actually, rather than parachutes, put more fuel in to make sure that we got ourselves to min-miss, put the life support on there to make sure we were alive, and then rerun the mission again, pretending like the first one didn't even happen. However, I wanted to live with our consequences on this. You know, this was a big enough mistake and a hard enough maneuver to bring them home, or attempt to bring them home anyways, that it was worthwhile. Unfortunately, we are now risking not just one Kerbal, 2 Kerbals, but Valentina as well. You know, my favorite Kerbal, our best pilot, and we just can't have that. So it is very nerve-wracking. But regardless, whether we come back safely or we have to plan another set of funerals, we're gonna be living with it. Does look like we're gonna be landing in the water, so that's nice. But we don't have parachutes, so landing is a little bit generous of a term. We're now reaching an altitude of 20 kilometers, and that means that our heating effect is slowed down to a crawl, and our pod temperature is cooling off considerably. So at 20,000 kilometers above the surface, we decide that at 10,000 kilometers above the surface, or excuse me, 10,000 kilometers above the surface, we will make our descent, because the problem that we had last time is we waited far too long to exit the craft, and so Bob Kerman was only just leaving the capsule as it was about to collide with the surface. So we learned this time to take a higher altitude drop. And with the word, then we pass 10,000. Ronnie goes to get out of his seat, but is stuck. Like I mentioned before, sometimes free IVA does that. So we go into our terminal and EVA him. He hops off and presses his parachute. However, I don't really get any notification that it worked. So unfortunately, we're just going to have to hope that it does. Switch back to Valentina and let her get out too. Unfortunately, she too is stuck in her seat, so we're going to crew EVA through the target screen. But she's only 5,000 meters above the surface. Thankfully, both Kerbal's parachutes are at least out. They're deployed. They're not fully deployed, but they're going to be. So I feel like it's a safe bet that these Kerbals are going to make it back home, as long as they don't hit the ocean with too much speed. Because even though you have your parachutes, like, you're still subjected to G-forces. I do have a mod right now that makes it so Kerbals will pass out or die if they go and experience too many G-forces. But if they hit the surface of the water too hard, they still can perish. Quite a lovely day. A lot of clouds, a lot of shadows on the surfaces of the water. Sunlight beaming through. Thunder off in the distance let us know that we're kind of in the eye of the storm, basically. But as we come down, you know, Valentina takes stock of all the things that went wrong and all the changes that she needs to make in a future episode in the future craft. You know, obviously life support is most important. That was the biggest reason why we canceled this mission. Even though we had less fuel than we had planned for, I still felt like we could possibly have just, you know, attempted the mission, and if we needed to send another rescue, we could have done that. But without the life support, there's no way that we could have continued on with the course that we had set. So life support for one, a different interstage for the other, because I do want to bring those science experiments and solar panels to Minmus. I do want to start setting up our science base there. So we will leave those parts on the craft, but that means we need more fuel and more Delta V to get us there to achieve the same results. So there's that. We need a probe core. We don't need a probe core that works with remote tech, but I would like a probe core that works with remote tech, because the MechJub in the IVA screens is pretty good. It's very useful and it works in a pinch, but I feel like remote tech is much more accurate, and we work hard to earn remote tech. We have to deal with the satellite signals and signal delay and all that. So because of that, I feel like we earn the right to use flight computer, and it was very unfortunate that we didn't have it on here. Switching back to Roni, we see that his chute has also fully deployed, so both Kerbals are now on their way back. We're going to go into Valentina's view because she is closer, and we'll hit the water first. But that will bring us home, and we will have to reattempt this mission in the next episode, which is fine on our end. However, it is a little unfortunate because KXP gets to see this footage as well, and they know that we were moments away from conquering Minmus and planting a flag on it and taking that lead in the space race. So we lost our element of surprise, and depending on what they do in the next episode, they may steal that milestone before us. But that will be up to them to decide. Whether or not they're prepared to land a Kerbal on Minmus is another question entirely. And with that, Valentina is safely in the water, getting ready to pick up. We switch over to Roni, let him glide his way in rather fast, but we'll slow down. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KSP POV. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care.